Good morning, Vietnam and Vietnam associates. Another day, another negative whatever. I was away yesterday. Family like to do surprise visits. Looks like we had a wonderful day yesterday. A nice crash on start. Got a lemon in there, brought us back, completed a U shape, and then rolled and dwindled off in the final hours. On the overall scope, get rid of that magic lemon. The overall scope, we're now trending into the first shelf, I guess, on the way back down. So we gapped down yesterday. So when we broke the bottoms, we basically, this whole area gave us our gap down, which we did pretty quick. Yeah, we gapped this basically. Then we bounced off the bottom here. And you can see the green here where we bounced. Yeah, and then we went under, we touched this guy, we bounced back up to the other, hit our head on the roof, and came back down. So this kind of shape is generally bad. However, it's not, if you look at the volume, it's not coming with too much of a change in volume. So this is more of a bleed out versus this volume, right? So it's not that bad. It just means buyers aren't doing a good enough job keeping it afloat. They're just letting red kind of have their will. So people are holding and not buying, essentially. So I think eventually that'll turn around, especially as it gets cheaper. But yeah, it's not that bad. If we start to see something like this, maybe today or later, that's when we need to worry. When we see a volume change, a noticeable volume change. Now this one I think finished at like 79 million or 80 million, which is like 20 million over normal, but it's still not something I would freak out about. As you can tell, not caring much right now. So we'll see how these opening salvos go. All right. And I'm going to use the new format for a bit, just because there's not much for us to do trading-wise, since we have to go up pretty much 50% for me to get my money back. And two, it's going to be a lot of us. We don't have to look at other stocks. The changes that are happening right now are going to be primarily driven by us. So we just sit back and enjoy the ride, essentially. Whereas previously, we had to look at GME and the Dow and all them and keep them in mind because they would weigh on us in our directions. But right now, the phase we're going through is pretty much set in stone. The only question is, where is the bottom? So we're in a full roll. We're not just going to magically fly out of this. When we broke this guy, which was really what killed us here. Let's go over here. So this is where we're bouncing now. So once we get up to about here, however we get up there, then we can start thinking about things again. But because we rolled and the roll was gradual, I expect that the recovery will be also gradual. So it'll go like this. All right. Which is, a waste of our friggin' month. But it sets us up into the fall. Yeah, when's people getting their disability checks? So next week is going to be the disability checks, and potentially some people get their money for whatever the hell it's called, unemployment. So we could see a boost on the 23rd, which, yeah, would probably be part of our level out cycle if all things go well. If things go really good, we're going to essentially floor it to overcompensate yesterday's sell-off and then get us back to somewhere around 40. And then we'll do something like that afterwards. But we have to see how the market tolerates this negativity. because you got to watch. People get spooked, right? So they see this burn off and they're all flipping shit, but it's not that big. So we got to see, where the cookies lie, because I know AMC people are still betting on it going 100 plus. And as a result, people are going to be buying like a madman every time it goes down, right? But of course, they're waiting for the bottom. So once it shows the bottom, everyone's going to pile back in. But when it starts trickling down slowly, nobody wants to get in because nobody wants to get the non-best price, right? And so this is kind of where we are. And that's why you're seeing or most likely seeing, I'm not a magician with a magic ball, but that's most likely why you're seeing the hesitation from green purchasing, right? So yesterday, the volume didn't increase. So we know somebody stopped playing, right? If both sides are fighting, the volume goes through the roof and the price doesn't move. If the price moves a lot and the volume isn't there, one side isn't playing. It gave up, right? And obviously we went down, so it's not red that gave up. So it's green that gave up, right? So you take that, green gave up. Well, why? Well, it makes sense. If green is looking for the bottom and doesn't see it, they're just going to keep waiting, right? They're going to keep waiting. And as a result, they're not buying, which means red has a field day. But then red had a field day, and what did they do? Not much, right? They did tank it, I think, 15 or 13%, or no, maybe 17% by the end of the day. But they didn't do it with high volume, and they didn't bring us down 30, 40, 50%, right? So, I mean, all of that kind of goes into the mix. So are we close to the bottom? Probably. Or we already hit the bottom, depending on how strong this green is. Yeah. They let red have a whole day. Now it's our turn. It's what it's looking like right now. Also keep this in mind. So if you're turning into a day trader because you're following this stream, right? If you have a day like this where green just gives up the ghost and lets red take over, and there's no real reason, like, bad piece of news or whatever, and the volume hasn't changed. So if there was bad news, usually the volume would change. Everybody rushes to the exit. That increases the volume, right? It's not a wait and see. It's get the hell out, the place is on fire kind of deal, which means the volume goes through the roof and it's all red and the price plummets. So if you see what you saw yesterday, and try to keep in mind, and I always forget, it's very good to buy in the next day, because if red had all day to do all the damage, then the next day you have all that pent up green that didn't go, right? And we see this during the day where red takes over for half an hour, green comes out swinging because they have all that pent up energy. Well, if you have a whole day, right, you're going to come back like something like this, right? Now, the risk is they're going to give red another day or another day or another day of rest, right? But at that point, you want to buy in chunks. Try to time it and just buy in, because you don't know when it's going to turn. And when it does, it'll explode incredible velocity, right? And if you try to time the bottom, you're going to miss, right? So you just get back in at the lowest points of the day. And then when it comes back up, you'll be laughing, right? But anyways, keep that in mind, because I always forget that. And I just got reminded here as I was talking. And I'm like, I should have friggin' remembered that. Because, yeah, you can see it with the volume. The volume equals intent. No volume, no intent, right? It's an easy thing to remember. So here, there's no intent to go up and there's no intent to go down, right? So you get wiggle, indecision, right? Then they go, okay, fuck it, we're going up. So they floor it. So your indicator is this guy, right? This little, where'd I go? This little green stick's your indicator. And then it followed through, right? We talked about that 2 days ago, I guess. Yeah. Is that the 14th? Oh, not the 14th. Okay, we had the same thing here, right? There's the indicator, and then we went, right? But same thing. And there's the volume spike, which makes it very clear. There's an attempt. Something's going to happen. Anyways, so they did the same thing here as well. I just got my days wrong. Anyways, so that's the micro scale. So now on the medium scale, we're doing the same thing. So we have indecision. low volume, right? We're trickling down. Then we get a burst of volume, right, as we hit support lines. This isn't really leveling out, but we're signaling that we're kind of done with the negativity. There's the push, huge push green, completely stops the red for a bit. Red takes over, green comes back swinging, so the next cycle is likely going to be even more extreme, right? So, yeah, it's not bad, but this definitely has to level out. But because there's no commitment in the volume, I think we're still okay. Nothing to write home about. So our next upswing should put us, we're going to do an inverted wedge, if that's even a word. So let's say today we'll hit, I don't know, 42. And then we have this to contend with and this to contend with. So let's just say it gets stuck around 40. Yeah. We might be able to pull that off. We'll see how it plays out, but I'm thinking we hit the bottom, judging by the volume. But we'll see. Yeah. A fib retracement box on the bigum. Yep, we should do that. That's actually a good idea. Let's take a look at where we are. I like to reflect once in a while on, the past. Keep it all in perspective. So let's put a fib. Well, I'll use a Gantt box, but same thing. So if we use it based on the bottom we're at now, let me drag the time cycles till they look correct. Out here. Stop, drop, stop, drop, breakdown. Okay, so roughly we're at the bottom. Now, if we want to do a larger one, right, because we want, let's use the fib retracement for that one. So if we go from here to here to here. So this is the larger one. So at the larger one, we're at the 618 line. So we broke the 50%, which is interesting. We hesitated. Maybe it's using the big guy, the bigum. Let's take this out of the picture then. Okay. So it's retracting back to 1250 or so. Although the accuracy of this is probably not amazing. That's good. That one's, no, not bad, actually. That's good too. I'd probably want to lift that up a little. If I lift this up a tiny bit, so that line lines up. This is an intersecting line. Yeah, that one works. So the next one's 26 in this case, which is the bottom here, but that ignores this 31, 32 defense point. Yeah, we'll leave this up. Now let's get back to the 1 minute. Oh, hello, Stacy. You can't day trade, right? I would say, as much as it's probably high risk, I would say, let's play it safe and wait till 10:30. Since you already missed the run up. I can see it's about to break out. But the problem is you can't sell in the same day, right? So you have to wait for the real bottom. I think we're at the bottom, which means if you bought any time today, tomorrow you should be better off. But we could wait We could wait till 10:30 or at least 10:55, and it'll tell you if you're screwed or if we're gonna keep going down. Yeah, probably smarter. Do we like the new title I got going here, just for fun? Yes, the new child tax credit's supposed to drop. I don't know when it hits, Larry. I should look that up. But usually Thursdays are going to be money dropping days. So some people get paid on even weeks, other people get paid on odd weeks. So you can basically say every Thursday somebody's payday. And then the last Thursday and Friday of the month is disability and welfare sometimes. Or in Canada, it's the second last. Basically the same time options are, if I recall correctly. Not 100% sure on that. And I think old age security is also monthly. And it's the third week of the month. Yeah. So anyways, and when people are retired and they have their own money, they tend to get themselves paid the same way as when they worked. So they get every 2 weeks their money, or divide it weekly, pay on a Thursday or whatever, just to keep it like old times. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the child check cash today might explain the uptick. What are we for volume? 24 mil at 944. Yeah. I don't know how that played out to yesterday, but that's definitely yeah, that's not bad, because we're normally 10 for 10 or 20 for 10. And yeah, that's not bad, because by the time we hit 10 o'clock at this rate, we'll probably be 30 at least. Yeah, not bad. And we need more kids. No, I don't think we're hitting some kind of ceiling yet. Not that I can see. It's this guy right here it's dealing with. Shouldn't be a big problem. So it's dealing with this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. Oh, okay, I lied. This is a pretty big ceiling. Let's zoom in. See, this one, oh, it's off. I was going to say a little bit higher, and that's where that green should have been. Let me drag that green down. Right there. There we go. Yeah, and this one's just a tiny bit lower. Yeah, okay. So it's hitting this guy. In my brain, I'm like, nah, it's not hitting this guy yet. This is the stop on the way down. Yeah. All right, we'll leave the white line up. That'll be the first line O defense. Yeah. My eyeballing skills. Not too bad, but failed me there. But we shouldn't. The reason I say no is because we're not done yet. We're still in a run. Now these two here, I might have to just recant my statement. But if this was a small red and we got another green, we would have been fine. Now that we got a red here, we might be slowing down. Yeah. So now I can drag this to here, but then you can see it starts to take on a shitty angle. Actually, let's use proper angles. Yeah, we're on a 45. So we're now a sloppy 33. And originally we were going at around a 50-degree angle. I should use these more often. There's a whole thing of trading based on the percentages of the angles, but I like it because it speaks to how I trade, right? Which is um, velocity and momentum, and as a result, your angles are power over time, right? So 100% power, no time is 90 degrees. Lots of time and no power is 0, right? And so when you have a number, you can say, oh, it was a 45. Well, I know it's half power, half time kind of deal. And once you keep those numbers in your head, you'll see, oh, well, we got a bunch of 90s, then blank, right? Now, you can just eyeball it, which is kind of what I've done because it's a hassle to draw a line every friggin' time, right? But it's good. It's a good habit, especially if you're starting, because then every time you see the numbers, you go, oh, 40, okay. Because when you're zooming around and shit, you can lose, things get distorted, right? Like, see? So it all gets kind of mangled. So, yeah. So this has gone basically flat, right? If not a slight depression. But I can't change the text color, so we can't even see it. Balls. But anyway, something for the kids at home. Okay. Just put a couple of horizontal rays here. Short-term support. Okay. Oh, thank you for the people that showed up today. My core, my let's say fine patrons. I was gonna say cultists, but then I'm like, no, we might have some sneaky boys in the mix, some uninitiated to the holy zest. You have to get strapped down and lemon squeezed into your eye. The doctor will help you out when he comes back. Backstop has just found out he has money. In recent news, Backstop lives at 355 Florida Drive in Florida. Pay him a visit, and we'll split the AMC money. Yep. There'll be some form of dip. There always is. Oh, welcome back, May. There'll always be some form of dip between 10:30 and 10:55. The severity and the timing varies, but there's always some form of increased negativity. So even if the stock is going off the handles, there'll be a slowdown. So when you have increased negativity, you're adding brake, but if the power is so high, the brake is going to be lost in the horsepower, right? If the stock is floundering, which it's not, right now it's doing great. As soon as you hit the brakes, you go from 3 kilometers an hour to you're now going negative because the brakes stopped your vehicle and now you're rolling back down the hill, to keep with the analogy, right? So if you want to play it safe, you always buy in 10:55 and later. Unless the stock's going off the handles. And if it's going off the handles, buying in right away might be the best bet because you'll get a dip. But as you can see here, we may only get like a 5% retraction on this green. So let's say, let's go from here to here. So if this dips back, it might only go to 33.81. Is that's 50% retraction. And then, oh, actually, here's the numbers here. That's handy. So 33.99, right? Or it's going to hit 34.40, and then it's going to call it a day. That's going to be its maximum. And actually, if I move this up to 36, that's kind of nice. So here's your potential bounce lines, let's say, roughly. Yeah. And let me just adjust this so it fits. this support. Yeah. So anyways, point is it's going to go down 40 cents, let's say. Current price is 72. So it could go down actually at this point. Well, it's going to 35. It could bust, let's say 80 cents down. So if you got in now, you could miss out on 80 cents. But if it goes up, we're going to 36. So you'd miss out on $2. Oh, wait, no. If you bought now, you'd miss out on $1.20. So 80 cents or $1.20, right? So anyways, that's the hedge. That's and in the grand scheme of things, does it friggin' matter? It all depends on your timing. So there is value to some. There is value to just buying with your eyes closed. Buy right at the beginning after it, after 3 or 4 minutes, or buy after any form of dip and then hope for the best. So, well, I'm still in 495 shares at 56.64. Now, I'm not American and I don't have kids, so I didn't get any extra money. But I'm going to dollar cost average as soon as my next disability check comes in. Although it's not really disability, health insurance check comes in. I should be selling covered calls, but I don't have the money to sell covered calls because I got to pay a pretty hefty commission. There's no point taking a strike. I mean, just buy and hold, or don't buy with all your money, right? So buy 20% today, 20% tomorrow, 20%, right? So you're dollar cost averaging, right? So, yeah, I'm usually an all or nothing, but when you're unsure about the market, buying in bursts isn't bad because then you get a spread. Or just close your eyes. We know the stock's going to go back to 80. When? Dunno, but it's going to go, right? But if you need that money like tomorrow or, a week or a month from now, that's a different boat, right? You got to play to your, how would I call this? Trading. Nope. What is this called? Not trading strategies, but your risk tolerance. Yeah. It's looking good though. So this slightly negative. You got declining tops, but you have a firm bottom, so you're probably going to get a breakout on the next booty slap. Let's see. That should be coming up in the next probably 3 minutes. Wigs? You mean back and forth? The volume's pretty high. Somewhere between 10 to 30,000 a tick. What's the overall volume? 35, and we're at 10. Yeah, we didn't hit 40, but we did get over 30. Yeah, definitely quicker than previous days. Ooh, big burst of green. There's a 60,000 buy-in. Oh yeah, so we just burst over the line. I have too many screens to look at here. Yeah, you guys have it all nicely on one little screen. I have it on 3 screens right now. I was looking at the ticks, and then I'm like, oh, there's a burst of volume. Yeah, because we broke over the line. So here's the breakout. So I expected that to probably have a little more resistance, but it managed to do it all in the first minute. Now this is probably going to be the first line of scrimmage. This is going to pull back. And they are flooring it. You may want to get in, Stacy, after this pulls back. As much as I would wait another 30 minutes. Yeah, it really looks like child credits are being dumped on the market. Because you see there's like irrational pushes. And that screams to me that people have new money. So normally, if I didn't know about the child credits, I would have just said that it's because people yesterday, right, didn't buy. They're holding out and they're pooling all their money, right? So then you get the burst of money. But knowing the credit and they didn't pay yesterday, I think they're going to try to floor it today. Try to get in on a discount. Yeah, just let it pull back though. It did pull back to the line, but we should have spent more time on that line. And now they're hitting the this line, which is 36.19. So there should be some severe resistance in here. So, and we're pretty close to the 1030 dip. Well, let's see some red. If we don't see red, if this goes up, then it's going to fly. Like if it gets over this guy here, it's going to friggin' fly. But this should show red. So if it doesn't show red, it's because we're dumping so much money or red gave up. And judging by the volume, red hasn't given up. They're putting up a bit of a fight, or it would have been like 10, you know, or something, right? 10 million, 20 million. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, fuck it. They're going. Yeah. They got snapped back. But yeah, they're going to push. So. Yeah, it's like 2 inches. They just need 2 inches. Once they're over this guy, then they're going. Let's see here. They got 34 seconds. So they need to finish above the stick to the left, and it will go up. Yeah, and see everyone's buying to crush the reds. Yeah. So this is your buy-in point. That was your. So people are profit selling because they're like, haha, this is too high, blah, 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 whatever. And they're just getting swamped by green because people are going, oh, well, I better get in my last chance buy-in. And there you go, right? So if there's no mega red that just wipes this out, we're going to keep going. See, that wasn't even a big enough red. They tried. Someone tried to bail out. Well, I finally got my money back. I got to get out. But it's not big enough. It's not big enough to stop this roll. Watch green crush this. Green crushes this. We're just going to friggin' fly. Because now red's throwing the kitchen sink at us, right? Trying to punish us for going up too fast, too quick. But we got tons of retards with money. And they're going to put it all on green. Let's see here. Oh, red's trying. Green is pushing pretty good, though. And eventually red's going to stop because they're like, okay, let this go up. I want to make money, right? And all those people that piled in short selling yesterday are going to get fucked as well because they essentially the government just gave out free money to everyone, right? So they can't counter that. Yeah. Yeah. The red managed to hold. Green's still pushing. They're just getting $40,000 drops on them, which is what's slapping us. But I don't think we're out. Not yet. Just red's throwing grenades at us. Throwing the whole kitchen sink. Cutlery and all. $20s, $30s, $40s. 60, 80. Come on, green. Can't be completely out of steam already. There's an 80, 90. Jeez, red. Oh, that was a buy-in on green. Nice. I thought that was a sell. It was a buy. Oof. And that got crushed by red. Come on, green. Green's taking a nap. And wants to pull us back to the line. Should bounce off of it pretty good, though. There's a big buy-in. That was a 90 on the line. $609, $603, $606, $01, $0, $4, $0, $2, $6, and they're duking it out. $13. Someone did a big buy-in. $24, $21. Nice. Yeah, so whoever was doing the buy-ins kind of just let it drift. Volume picked up. Yeah, sleepy green. Yeah, because our volume basically dropped and red took over and green wasn't countering. So now our volume's idling around 20 to 40,000. As I said that, it went to 20,000, 10,000. But this is red's turn, right? Yeah. See here. Yeah, so that goes back to what I was saying earlier at the very beginning. You have a lot of just letting red go, and people are just trying to time the best buy-in. But if we can solidify their confidence, they're going to just floor it like they did earlier. I think we're getting there. The volume says they're a little bit spooked, but I think they're going to see the greens and buy in irrationally. So we should see a volume jump. So we're now around 20,000 even. There's a 40. So when we go from 20 to 40, that's double in volume, right? Keep that in mind. So 20s are constant right now, 20 to 10. Little guys are 10 on the bottom right now. Top is 40 right now. And they're keeping up good steam. Yeah, green is just coming in and leaving. So it's like green, green, green. And then red is just hitting them with low volume, but good price motion, which means green's not putting up a fight. So it's not a constant stream of money. It's just on, off, on, off. And the red's hitting us when it's off. Because red's probably constant. And so when green steps off the gas pedal, you really feel the brakes, right? Yeah, that's what it looks like right now. Yeah. Oh, I think you got a good position. We're a little high up, but I don't think today's going to be a negative day. Yeah, today's a Thursday too, eh? So that's all working towards us. Yeah. We're already up 6.35%. 8.3? Yeah, 8.3. Okay, a little bit increased volume. That's a 60. So that's somebody trying to break through the short term weights, support and resistance. 60 was at peak. So it was at the top of this was 60. That's probably a little bit of red in there, actually. That's probably this guy. Red's taking over. Light volume again. A little breather. As long as this doesn't exceed 50% of the green, we'll continue up. So like if this guy here was half, right, up to here, then we're fine. But because he broke, the next guy then easily has a chance to complete this guy. And then since he ends up leaving us here, the next guy has a chance to beat this guy, right? But see here, he didn't go. This guy solidifies it. And if this one doesn't go under this guy's 50%, which it stopped, it's a very good sign that it's just going to ramp up. Because the next green only has to get over this guy to get a boost and has to get over the combined sticks to boost. Now that's a huge change in volume. So that was a big sell-off, 20, 40, and 60. So that's like an outlier, and green should correct it, which it looks like it's doing right now. Yeah. See? And see. Senor. So anyways, that's what should happen. The red was an outlier. And then the green that deleted the red, that's common. That's compensating. There was a major sell-off. The market didn't like it. Green destroys it. Vice versa, if green goes like this, red's going to slap it because it's going up too high too quick, right? But the volume is decent. That's pretty damn solid volume, actually, on the green push. But that's probably a lot of red saying no, and that's why the volume's so high. Because that was a lot of volume. That was 40s for, what, 20 seconds? When we're normally doing 10s. So 4 times the volume for 20 times the length. A lot of volume. So the red, oh, there's a big sell-off of 60. So the red that's laying into us now is 10, 20. Not that big. Now, sell-off usually is in bigger increments. It's an elevator down, elevator to hell, stairways to heaven. And so your reds will come in bigger bursts because you sell all at once and you buy in not all at once, right? Because people panic sell. They don't generally panic buy, although it does exist. Yeah. So we stopped above the 50% mark. If this green can hold for 50 seconds, we'll be okay. If this green gets crushed, then we run the risk of going down because now we're at the 50% mark. And as I've said a few times, it doesn't want to be at the 50% mark. So it repels either above or below, which then further adds to the positivity or the negativity, depending on the outcome, I guess. Okay, so now we've hit a clear ceiling. Oh, we just went through it before I could even say it. I was going to say we just hit a clear ceiling right here. Well, it's good Stacy got back in. I'd just like to give a special shout out to Zeus, who's probably sleeping right now and is going to go, mother, as soon as he comes into the chat. Zeus, we feel you, bro. Poor guy. Every day he takes off the market, he gets screwed. Well, that's why you got to be here. Got to play the game. Got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, when to look away, When to cry. uh, yep. Well, he may not be the grave digger, but he's at least the grave owner. Think of him as a land baron, but his peasants are not living no more. I have to go home and water my peasants. Make sure the grass grows. Yeah, I guess most cemeteries now they do their work during the day. Now that a lot of the stigmas are gone, they had to do their work at night because no one wanted to see corpses dragged through the street during the day or smell them, I guess. Do 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 do. Right. Okay, everything is coming up Millhouse. And now we're just busting the line. Up 10%. Volume's 55. And it's 10 of 15. Holy crap. We went up 1.5 million in what, 15 minutes? Oh shit, son. We're going up. Buckle up. Yeah. Just a reminder what we've already done. We went here, a little bit of pause. Now we're about to blow this popsicle stand. Oh, I'm glad Stacy got in. At least someone's making money. Yeah. Okay. And thank God people still have faith in AMC. Oh, because they could have spent their child tax dollars anywhere. And actually, let me take a look. GME is up 82 cents, and the whole market is light red. Yeah, so people chose us. Excellent. So 43, eh? Where's stability? Stability is back at probably here or higher. Yeah, I'd say that's the bare minimum for us to consider ourselves stable. 47. Once we're over 47, then we're out of the weeds. And then we're back into the lower suck. Yeah. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, God, click too many things. Okay. We are not number one in volume. Oh, whoops. We might be. Hold on. We're second in volume. Number one is Verb. Ooh. Don't know what's going on there. Let's see their trending. How much volume? Where's the scroll up? Here it is. Their volume is volume is 61 million. So we're a close second. They're also $3 instead of 40. So we're definitely kicking them on dollars. Faux show. No backstop. I can't. I mentioned that at the start of the stream. I should be selling covered calls, but I can't because I don't have any other free money. So I'd have to sell some shares to get the money to cover the commission. Because it cost me quite a bit to sell options in Canada. It's like $1 per contract. So I'm out like $100 to start. And then it's 0.5% on top of that. So it's like I need a crap ton of money. And because it's like $1 a contract, I have to sell something that has enough winnage, right? I have to make like over $1 and I lose most of it to commission. Yeah, yeah, exactly. If I had zero commission, covered calls are great, right? So, yeah. Yeah, because I looked into it because it's like if you're stuck, you might as well sell covered calls. And if they get exercised, who the hell cares? Because you're like, woo, I got my money back and plus whatever, right? So, great. Potentially Model 3. Potentially. 1020 is early, but we have been dipping at 1020 quite frequently. So what might be too early will eventually shift if we do it enough. No. What's this? Oh, create a poll. Oh, I can make a poll in the chat. Here we go. We can have a mini game. I don't see the poll. Oh, there it is. Whoa, well, that's a bad time for that poll. And what was that? Just a large volume sell-off? Nah, you gotta zoom out a little. 3 large volume sell-offs with no green. Looks like we're doing a 1020, so Model 3 nailed it. So this will be probably to the white line or close to it. Then we'll bounce. Hopefully dragging us out over 1030. And then we'll have the recovery post 1030. It's just your daily dip. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to have that open. There we go. You know, you're way up in the clouds here. You know, you need some form of dipperoo, some Dunkin' dips. So if it's not over 50%, you don't need to give a crap, generally. Okay. Well, let's bring it to here. So the white line is the 50% line. So as long as we're over the white line, we're good to go. Oh, you don't need the command for moon. It'll get picked up just from the text. That should show up. Oh, no, it doesn't. Oh, my bad. 1 second. Wrong thing. Whoa, more wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Window capture, major overlay. There we go. There we go. Now that should work. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything. Should be working. Is it showing up on your end? Any of the emojis on the screen? All right, let me give it a shake. See why it's being a poop. Oh, it's there. Oh, it's there, and it's showing up on, but it's not displaying. Okay, emulate. That worked. There. Okay. Oh. The Mooncat. Oh, there's Mooncat. Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's just lagging. Just needed a kick in the pants. Let's see, custom emojis. Showing up on my screen. Not showing up on the TV though. Okay, it can show up to 400 emotes for subscribers. Yeah. Custom emojis. Party hard, moon, and lemon. Yeah. And for party hard, you just write party hard. Yeah. All is good. Because for when it is time to party, we shall party hard. That is a life lesson. Let's try this again. That one showed up. Okay, that's where the lemon should show up. It's a subscriber event for the fireworks. See if I can fix the bot. Maybe the bot's not registering. If the bot is here. No, it looks like the bot isn't responding. That's probably why we got an issue. Might be because I added the screen. Yep. No, I think you're fine. Enjoy driving. Well, that worked. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so maybe the bot is not having trouble, but it should respond to text. That should cause it to respond. No, that bot's off. There's two different bots. It should compound every emoji. There's no limits set. No, there's no limits on it. I told it to basically, it reads all the emojis out of the chat and puts it up. I don't know why the bot's not, the other bot's not picking up. Ah, there we go. Okay. Now it might be working. Let's see here. Nope. Son of a bum. Yeah, well, you get your 1030 dip. So we're now back into this territory, which isn't too bad. Should find support on this green line. Well, you have easy come, easy go. Shouldn't be a surprise. This is a really crappy crown shape, but the idea is the same. Once you broke this white line, right, which is what I was saying, if we keep the white line, we're okay. But once you break it, this easy come, right, is now easy go. But we'll level out and get stuck here, basically. And then that will allow us to go back up after the 1030 dip. And this is why generally it's more prudent not to buy till after 1030. But in here, you could see it had more energy. That turnaround was unfortunately a little strong, and then they piled in. But we could have easily kept going. This is clearly got a really strong channel here. So if it wasn't for whatever happened, people panicking or piling in, we would have just bounced and gone. And then we'd have to fight through. But we got pushed down. Then we got too close to 1030. So here we are. It is what it is. And it will be what it will be. Oh, I found where I can unmute people. Oh, cool. Matthew Wilton, Jamie G, Rich, Justin Kelly Belly, Justin Jelly, Mysterious MM. Oh, neat. Oh, you can block words too. And links. Oh, neat. Didn't know that. All right. The robot might require some love. Paste. Why is it being a bum? Channel. Community. Approved users. Ah, there it is. There we go. Okay. And if I do this, damn it, robot. No. Really hating us right now. Maybe it's having trouble. Oh, no. I know why. Okay. Now it should work. I had to kick the robot out and it wouldn't rejoin. Okay. Try it again. Wow, no emoji spam? You guys were doing it without me asking. Oh, and I guess the poll's over. What's the poll? Results. Okay, it worked. Neat. Where did the skulls come? Oh, there they are. Sometimes it updates the screen faster than I can see the chat, and other times it's like 2 seconds delayed. It's so silly. Now will it respond to text commands? Nope. Hate you, bot. Sinking like the Titanic. I don't think we're too bad. We're still in this weed. That's good skills. Good skills there, Rackstop. And that's actually why I do all or nothing generally. Because you could have had 26 on 6 grand, right? We're still in the 1030. You have to wait till 1055 for the upswing. It's going to be the last point. Don't know why I can't get this bot to respond. It hates us. Well, the bot's in the channel. Does it have the right channel? Yeah, it must have the right channel. Because it's reading the chat, so... Get a lemon up there. Boom. Nope. Chatbot, no love. Yeah, if it's going to be a nasty crown, which it definitely could, you need to have this shoulder though, right? So we have to come back up, falter, and then if we don't get any height, that's what's going to be coming down the pipe, right? Yeah. A crown is bad. Nothing ever good comes from a crown. Unless you're, betting on it going down. The nice thing about a crown pattern is at least you know what's going to happen next for the most part. So again, easy come, easy go, right? So you have kind of like a mini crown shape right here. So the crown shape is 3 peaks. This is also known as the head and shoulders. So these are the shoulders, right? This is the neckline. And essentially when it breaks the neckline the 3rd time, she flounders back down to where she started. Then when it hits, it bounces. So all of that said, right? You're seeing the green because we've sold off too much. But we could easily go way back down to here, right? So if this goes up like this is what Backstop's talking about. There's your crown, right? So to defeat this crown, or to stop it from happening, you need to exceed the width of this. So we need to go like to at least 1105. And we want to see a U shape or some form of upwards inflection near the end. If we get the inflection now, we're still playing into the crown. This will be the last push. It'll fail, and then that will signal the the down. So we'll see. I'm still feeling pretty bullish. Red didn't really swamp us too much. We did drag it out. So this was, you know, what, 4 minutes? In 4 minutes, we were here, right? And actually, technically, it was here. So in 4 minutes, we were here. That's 4 minutes. So nowhere near the same amount of loss, right? So we're definitely dragging them out. So that's probably going to speed into a U then. So we went up too quick. We burned out, basically. Red got a free run. We fought, but we didn't really put up too much of a fight. But we did fight because we dragged out. This is not a straight down, right? We gotta... So as long as red doesn't ramp up, then we're good. But red has ramped up the last, you know... Well, actually, that's not true. Red has been constant. Red hasn't ramped up. If anything, red has actually gone down. We've seen lower and lower and lower volume, right? So actually, yeah. So as long as red doesn't ramp up, then we're still on the up. Yeah. Because red is supposed to ramp up between, well, from the start of the day, but generally before 10 and 10:30 to 11. Where's 11? Right here. So here it can be red or green, but as soon as you get, let's say, 10 o'clock, red will increase. Then after 10:30, green starts to increase. Sometimes this gets dragged out pretty long, and then it's after 10:55 you see your increase, right? Which is why I say, you know, if you know there's going to be undue negativity, so we have all this positivity, but as the negativity ramps up, it starts to curve and roll, and then we eventually go down. And that's what you saw here, right? It's not really noticeable, but you're going up like this. You're going up like this. These lines are almost vertical. Here's your curve, right? And there's your roll, right? So it looks, you know, like this, but really you could turn that into a curve. Anyways, let's wipe this so I can see. So it's not that bad. Yeah. This also is a very tight channel, which we've broken out of. So if we were to keep this channel, these are just arbitrary lines, we would have been plummeting into existence, right? Non-existence, I should say. So we obviously have broken that, and now we're starting to do this. This might be too much too quick, and we still have to watch out for, you know, this sized drop. Copy. V. So once we escape this white box, we'll be okay. As long as we escape upwards. I should qualify that. Yeah. But this, if we do break this white box, the bottom, which I really hope we don't, it's going to be scary drive. Going to be not so great. Oh, that's a more accurate box. Good lemons taking root. What's the size of this? Let's do that. And let's do that. So if we, oh, we're just about to bust that box. So we need to stay on the top of this white line. So we need to go like this and stay above it till we exceed this side right here. We do that, then we've defeated the potential crown shape, which means we do not plummet. These people do not feel threatened, and life is good. So far, so good. Gonna give it some big lemon energy. I would hold off till 10:55 because the risk of that crown is, well, you could play it, but if you can't day trade, then I would hold off till 10:55, or even better, hold off till 11 something, right? Yeah. If you can day trade, I'd play the bounce, right? You know that it probably is going to have a shoulder, so you play the shoulder, right? But as soon as the shoulder shows weakness, you know that if it goes below here or here, you got to bail because she's going to fly, right? Well, then you could take out a negative position, short sell or puts, right? If you have no commission option trading. So, yeah. And then once it gets over this, where we are right now, actually, so there's a support line here. You can see the hesitation. There's a line right here, right? And this is where we're hesitating because we're a little bit higher, actually, right there. So that tells you there's a line usually. Whenever there's hesitation, so it's going somewhere and then it freezes, meaning it gives you a small red or a small version of what it was doing. This means there's a support or resistance line normally. Sometimes, like that sell-off we saw earlier, it's just people being stupid. But then the market usually wipes it out and you don't end up seeing it on the candle. But keep that in mind. So anyways, we're over it. So now we're over it. So we just need to live for another well, this is 55. So let's say another 5 minutes. And if it's still green in 5 minutes, then Bob's your uncle and we've survived. Yeah, I would play the crown shape generally with high confidence. I wouldn't say a lot. It's not like a pennant. A pennant I play with extreme confidence because you know it's going to go somewhere, up or down, but it's going to do so with gusto, almost guaranteed. And the only time it doesn't do it is generally because you draw your pennant. I drew, or whoever drawed their pennant wrong. But with a crown shape, it can be defeated. So you can't play it with certainty, but you know there's going to be a shoulder, and it's more of a risk. Like you pointed out, you're like, oh, there's the danger. So yeah, you got to keep that in your brain because if you're just staring at the chart and you're too close, then you could be setting up like this could be a giant bull trap, right? If that didn't go over this line, and if we don't get another 3 minutes of relative green, then it could easily turn into a shoulder, right? And off we go. And even here, like I measured it, right? But because this was up and this is dragged out, we could still be dragging out our shoulder, right? So we could even add, let's say this much, right? If we're using time cycles of sorts. So this one's pretty much instant. And then this one adds about this much extra. So if we went straight down, this is extra. So we could even add that to here. So we could even go as far as 11:15, right? If we stretch this out and then we do our drop, right? Because now we're lagging. So anyways, that's what technicals help you with, right? Is just to kind of weigh your odds. But yeah, I think here it thought about it. Here it thought about it. And at both times it said, fuck it. So we're going up, right? Our next stop is here, which we're about to hit. So if we get over this white line, I think we're golden because we're then exceeding the shoulder, the top of it. We're hitting the bottom support line. It'll probably retract a bit when it touches that line. And it hasn't touched it yet. And then that would be my buy-in point for it going over the line. So, yeah. Well, a U-shape is a lot can go wrong on a U-shape because U-shapes are generally never big enough, right? So when you have a big U-shape, like huge, right? somewhere between here and here is going to be its breakdown point. Then you got to here, and then you got to here. So this part is not too bad, but you generally only get like this part because you don't want to buy in here because at any point it could roll. And then even when it passes the corner, you're like, I don't know if that's the corner, right? Once it starts going up, then you're like, okay, then you generally get a tiny bit before the 50. But once it passes the 50, as long as you drew it right, so then I usually end up buying in give it a buffer, right, in case I drew it wrong, and then I get usually this piece 100%. And then it might roll at the top, but I then bail out here. But yeah, this whole corner of the U shape is generally a no-go for me because they're never big enough and it's too risky because your lines are arbitrary and, you know, and this is starting to look too good. I don't like check marks are strong shapes, but there's I mean, unless you're thinking this is undue negativity, then you get undue positivity, right? But maybe. I'm not trusting it though. It's too sharp. It's like red's not trying. Yeah. Ba 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 ba. Okay. Good. Golden. I'm still up $1,000 in recovered money. Excellent. Smithers. I think I'm going to get myself some brekkie. Oh, this stupid thing. Time. There we go. For some reason it resets every day at 11 o'clock, the time. Yep. All right, I'm going to leave this on autopilot and we'll get another one. And I'm going to just grab myself some food. I am unseasonably hungry today. So let's... How big is this? So it's about 2 of these, actually. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, so once we clear this this width, then we should be good to go. So that's going to be our test to see if we do a crown shape. We should bounce off this white line, go into a U, and then continue. But we'll see. Well, we're already out of the box. But yeah, we either need the time component or the price component to exceed the head and shoulders pattern for us to, be safer, right? It doesn't guarantee it won't go down later. It just means it won't plummet to 32, 38 in one foul swoop. That's all. So, yeah, basically, if we can go up and to the right, that's good. If we can go up without going to the right, even better. But we just don't want any further down. We don't want to get under that white line. And if we can just go sideways till 11:15, we should be okay. So anything better than that is golden. So. Just checking in, yeah. So we bounced pretty good off that line. That's excellent. So, um, more professional people, right, that are thinking along the lines like I'm describing to you guys, um, are thinking the same thing, right? So when you see the volume's neutral, it's flat, and you're seeing that the this candles are getting smaller and smaller, right? If the volume says confidence, right, and the sticks are getting smaller, it means red is rising in this case and green is reducing because the volume's not changing, the ratio is changing, right? If both of them were gassing and braking at the same time, the volume would go up. But if green is doing 80% and red is doing 20, you have 100 volume, right? And then it could be 80 brake, 20 gas, still 100 volume, right? But the candle will change from large acceleration to less acceleration, or in that case, small red, right? So, anyways, you're seeing kind of hesitation on the way up versus the sheer commitment, right? Earlier in the day. And so now, as we're getting to the point where, we're outside of the crown shape, those fears are gone, and look at the result, right? So, something to keep in mind. So, this wasn't a pennant or anything. This was basically a channel. We broke channel, but because we got out of the range of all of this garbage, people that are thinking the same way as I'm describing, right, are now saying, okay, this is out of range. This, see, out of range. So by any measure, we're now 34 bars. So no matter how you slice it, you're out of range, right? So it's got to, if it's not going down, it's got to go up, right? So excellent. I was expecting that a little bit later. I knew we would bounce. I didn't expect us to bounce with gusto, but it looks like somebody piled in. So perfect. But anyways, keep that in mind. So as a day trader, you can't beat the market. Well, as any type of trader, you can't beat the market, right? So you got to preempt what the market's going to do, because the market's going to do what the market's going to do. So you just have to get in front of it or out of its way, depending on which way, right? But it's difficult, especially now, because my brain's kind of fried. But for you guys, your brains aren't fried, I hope. Keep that in mind. So you can basically, you're not trying to time the bottom. You just want to get in before the bottom or get in right after it shows the bottom, right? So let the market tell you and get in, or preempt the market because you have a very good chance you know the way it's going, right? And then so if you do the preemptum, you have to verify. If you get it wrong, get out. If you wait till the market tells you, you get in, but you're going to have less runway. So you have to be quick also on being able to get out, because your runway might be short because you missed this, right? Look at how fast it was. 2 minutes. If you're not paying attention, you missed the whole boat, right? So you're not buying in here. You missed the boat. You're going to wait for it to retract. You could have bought in on this red. But if you buy in just as soon as it goes over this white line, you don't know if it's going to pull back. So you have to either get in before or wait for it to give you a clear signal to get in. But anyways, so good stuff. Yep. Yeah, I'm using pretty basic words, but there is fancy words for all this too. Now now that we broke the support lines, I still haven't made any food. We got this one, which it's interacting with right now. And the next one is here. And there's one for everyone, I guess. Yeah. These are our next ones. Okay. Sweet. So I was thinking, since my health feels a little bit good and we're doing green, I might run across the street to get some liquids, since I am drinking water and I hate water. So I'm going to switch to chat, and then I'll just follow along with the chat. Yeah. But looks like we're rolling in dubs, so awesome. And thanks for everyone who stuck through the Pinto days. And now we're back to Lambos tomorrow. Fish have sex in water. It's true. It's true. But the air you breathe is also dinosaur farts. Keep that in mind. Seems Cedra has the same brain frying. He's using too much of his product. At least I get to pretend it's a disability. I have 5 vapes or 12. Just take all the vapes. You can have whatever you want. Yep. Actually, so you don't know this one, but there was a let's say a governor of a Canadian province, and he argued that global warming, there's no concern because realistically, the air you breathe is dinosaur farts, and it worked out well for them. And it's like, yes and no. The problem is if there was, I don't know, 5.7 billion dinosaurs and they all farted at the same time on an industrial scale with coal-fired fart plants, then yes, your equation would be right. But his point was valid. The water you drink, for the most part, and the air you breathe, almost for the most part, is the same air from yonder. It's not completely true with the atmosphere because we're actually losing hydrogen and helium, I believe, out of the atmosphere. I don't know if the oxygen and the nitrogen stay as well, but we're actually losing atmosphere. It gets blown away, to my surprise. And the water technically is the same, but not really, because a lot of water gets trapped in the ground and you have all the melting icebergs. But technicals aside, yeah, you're drinking dinosaur piss, fish sex, and all the birth control and poop from all the generations of wonderful people. Ah, it's awesome. So, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go get myself some liquid since water sucks. Gonna get myself some carbonated, uh, decaffeinated soda, probably, and milk. Nah, if anything, Marshall, this should tell you the resiliency of the human condition. People are quick to always get nasty when things go bad, but realistically, humans have survived so much worse, and we will survive far worse and come out on top again and again and again. As long as we don't do something too stupid like, I don't know, nuclear war. Or, well, total nuclear war. All right, I'm going on mute. I'll flip over to my phone and I will continue the stream while I walk around Walmart. All right, I'm back. Give me a minute here. Oh, got some liquids and I'm back. Oh, nauseated as all hell, but that's the price of moving. Oh. What was I doing? Right. Let's see the stock. That up. Oh. So far, so good. Yeah, that's what I thought. So what I'm doing right now is the support and resistance lines are set in the past. So the past dictates your future because as you're making these lines because of whatever, right? They solidify these points in time. And then when you come by them again, you interact with them based on whatever. And that gives you a glimpse, kind of like quantum entanglement or whatever. You can't see it, but as soon as it touches it, you know for that split second until it falls out of sync or whatever, right? Or not even quantum entanglement, subatomic particles, right? So anyways, when I was looking at this, so I can do a retraction on this and see where the 50% mark is, which is lining up with this bump. But the rest of the lines don't line up with any of the support lines. So I'm like, this one's kind of close. So I drag this from a larger size to encompass the whole thing, including the bottom. And now you can see hesitation right at this point. This one lines up perfectly. This one here is a little weird. And this one's out, but it lines up, right? So it looks like we're playing within a larger pattern, which makes sense because we've only started the smaller pattern as of, well, I guess you could argue since 950, but really it's from the bounce. So 1040. So we've been in the smaller pattern since 1040. But if I take the bigger one and stretch it out, yeah, looks a lot better. So anyways, yeah, you have, big, medium, small, ultra small. And a lot of the times you can have many smalls inside a medium, right? And I bet if I zoom out, like if I just go to the 6 month, right? Whoops, not that far out, right? So if I take this and I do a retracement, right, like we did earlier today, I keep doing this wrong. I need to put this here, and I need to take this and drag it that way. There we go. Right. So then if we look at today, almost all of it is around the 832 line where we bounced, right? We're now kind of floating on this 832, which is 34.95, which is 30 cents lower than we are right now. And that's probably not even perfectly lined up because this is a little hard to work. Maybe I am supposed to do it this way. Supposed to be for retracing into the future, but I could probably do it this way. Where's the top? Oh, the top is right here. Okay. So if we just look at the lines or the numbers it gives us, so we got one at 33.66, one at 41.03, 48, and 58, and our peak being 72. And if we bring our peak down because we think 72 is a little ridiculous, let's say 65 is acceptable, then we spent most of our time at 53.80, which is correct, which is basically what we bounced around for this. So if I was to continue this line, you see how that plays out pretty good. If we drop this down a little further, let's make that line this line. This line is perfect as well. That starts off and encompasses the bottom with a lot of touches. This one here also plays out perfectly. And this one, not so much. This one needs to be a little lower or a little higher. Yeah, so that's taken us back to $10. That's a $10 retraction. So that doesn't mean we're going to 10. It just means that's the size of the pattern, which is why I kind of segued to this. So when things don't fit, it's because the pattern is a big one. So if we're looking at the macro pattern, right? The macro pattern is going to probably be that shape, right? So a giant dome, right? But for us to go back to 10 requires a lot of effort. So, yeah, if we kept with this pattern, right, this is what we should expect. But I think we're breaking from this pattern. At least today is starting to show it. It depends on how we finish, I guess, today, because Friday's coming, right? If we finish pretty good and strong and Friday doesn't murder us, then we should be starting that. If Friday's exceptionally strong, then life is good, for us at least. Yeah. But anyways, it pays to take a look once in a while. That's what I'm doing right now. Just taking a gander at where we could be. What if I take this to 14? 14 was our line of scrimmage. I'll bring the bottom up to 14. 1408. Where does that get us? A 38 drop. That lines up pretty good here. That lines up better. This one's a little high. And this one's a little bit high. Oh, but the top is not perfect. What if I drag the top up to where it should be? Decent. Perfect. Good. A little off. And maybe that's it. 14 to 72 is the thing. That's good. That's off. Still works, but it's off. Anyways, so you can fidangle with it, but when you find the Da Vinci Code, essentially that'll allow you to know where major support is, or you can just draw these stupid white lines. Both will play out the same way. Yeah, we need to get out of this. So this was going to make, if everything goes well, this will make a chalice shape. So it'll, or I guess in this case it's like a funnel. But chalice is this shape. It's a U with a drop down. But in this case, we're in a V. I've not really seen a lot of Vs with AMC. Like, we don't make Vs too much. Now, I'm in a zoom level that maybe shows Vs. But yeah, like in our entire history, we do this a lot, but we don't really do that a lot. It's usually dying and then rapid buy-in, which you can see here, 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 here. Well, that one's actually this way, but yeah. And this is the opposite. So you got up and that. So you're getting like a sawtooth, but it's ending up lower than it started versus the inverse, which is this, and it raises up higher. So that's the inverted sawtooth is this, and then the bad sawtooth is flat up, slope down. Yeah. I guess it depends where you start on this. Anyways, because I guess you could make that pattern there. There's flat up, slope down. Depends on where you start. Okay, anyways, enough musing. Let's get back to the stream here. Just wanted to kind of get a little recap since I was away getting liquids. So I'm just drawing myself some trend lines which touch bottoms and touch tops. So it stops here. But that makes sense because you can see that this is kind of one motion, and right after here we've translated into something different. So what I can do is I can drop this, bring it back to here, bring this to here, bring this to here, and then we're going this way now, horizontal. So you can think of this as the lower and higher channel. Technically, they should be the same distance, or better yet, think of them as two distinct channels. So you got this, which the average is probably here. And then this one, where the average is probably here. So by judging the gap between these, you can see it's floating high versus floating low. Whereas this one, it's floating low versus floating high, which indicates it probably wants to go down and indicates it probably wants to go up. And actually, we can see a W here, a really weird one. So likely we'll continue to 36.43 or so, or at the very least 36.20 is coming up. Yeah. I see you guys are having a proper conversation. So if you're still here, Team Organics, you really shouldn't jump ship the second you see red. Or if you're going to jump ship the very second you see red, not once you wake up and see red 5 days later. Either get out early or get out late, or don't get out at all. You know, getting out in between in the middle is kind of arguably stupid. You've already endured the worst of it. You might as well ride it out. If you get out at the very beginning, you take your hits, but they're small, right? So, no, I'd let it ride. I don't think the market itself is starting to, I wouldn't say roll. It's slowing down, and it's probably gearing for inflationary what have yous. And people are hoarding money and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, if there's money to be made, people are going to try to make money. So they're not going to just hoard up their money if the stock market's still moving. And stock market crash, we'll see it. You know, it'll start off small, but it will be, you know, red, and then it'll just be red. Like it'll go to town, much like yesterday. You know, we get small 5%, 4%, then you'll get a 17 and then a 20, and it'll start picking up. But last time I checked, we weren't there. Yeah, the NASDAQ is almost 1% down today. The Dow is at 0.2. NASDAQ moves a lot more than the Dow or the S&P because it's all tech, so it's high volatility. Oh man, chocolate milk. Worst thing for me, but delicious. I'm going to see if the chat robot is working. No, not that bot. There's two robots. One is part of the overlay, And the other robot's the hand-coded one that does the EOD and sentiment. That's hand-coded. This robot should allow you to do uptime, collect points, not that it matters. Well, my bot does bullish, bearish, but I have to turn it on. It ran out of tickers yesterday. Well, actually, day before. I was not here yesterday. Surprise visit from the parents. I thought you were just here for the cult action, Barry. You were missing the live feed? As in you were just in the chat and not hearing what I'm saying? Wonderful. Oh yeah, no, yes. Oh, I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I tried to keep it up, but my dad kept trying to move my internet cable because he doesn't like it on the floor, and it kept unplugging itself. And after the third time restarting the stream, I'm like, okay, it's 2:00. It's already down like 15%. I don't need to put it back up. Yeah. Yeah, my parents are like, oh, how do you live with an Ethernet cable on the floor? How do you sweep? Push the cable a little to the left, sweep. Push the cable a little to the right, sweep. It's not hard. But they're just like they couldn't stand it. It had to scratch that itch. Oh, you guys. Yeah, the parents are doing better than I am. Yeah. Yeah, I got some digestive issue haunting me. Parents, they're doing fine. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what I was doing. Okay, so now that everything's kind of stable, I can go back to trying to figure out how to shoot Wi-Fi into my brain. I'm still working on the Wi-Fi cannon because I don't want to pay $180 when I don't have to. But I'm getting pretty close to giving up. It is not fun or easy. Total pain in the ass. If I accidentally disconnect, I'll be back. It's just because I've changed some type of setting and blew up my internet. All right. There you go. And I visualized what I was talking about earlier. And I got the 50% line really fucking close. Holy God, I'm good. I eyeballed that and I got it on the dot. Shit. This thing auto finds the middle. Oh, but it cut the top off. That's cheating. Oh, well, anyways. Nailed it. Yeah, this one, yeah, I should have done it on an angle, but sometimes I impress myself. Sometimes. Damn. Okay, Raspberry Pi. No, you're gonna have to go eat more pie there, Marshall. Now that I'm talking about pies again. Nom 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 nom. Do 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 do. Advanced wireless. Hmm. Arrow, where do I set? Hmm. Now we're breaking down. At least we avoided the crown shape, so that's good. So we could have a mini crown shape here, which means we'll bounce off the bottom, which is about, well, a little bit higher, right about here. But seeing how this is on, what the hell is this called? A slant, an angle? Yeah, an angle. We could just try to encompass all of it. That's a little too far. There. So then this red here becomes the bottom, which is what we're bouncing off right now. But if we kind of do it this way, that way, because I can't draw too straight, but you get the idea. So this becomes our channel here. So now if we bust this, this will be our support line, right. Where the hell is it? Click, click. Why is it not giving me plus signs? All right. Screw you. Oh, there it is. Oh, I guess I can't be in paint mode. So then it will be where we touched, which is right here. Oh, either way, it'll go down a little bit more bounce, or it'll start its recovery here. But it doesn't look like it is, so it's going to probably complete and come down to here. Excuse me. So then after the bounce, if it has power, it will try to raise itself up. If it doesn't, then it rolls, touches 2 more times, and then goes down. Whichever one comes next. Ugh. All right. Wi-Fi. Application rules. Nope. Man. There's a page that I just click to give myself static IPs locally. And now for whatever reason, I can't find it at all, ever. All right. That's it. I'm just going to click every single link and I will find it. Jeez, I got a lot of internet sessions going. I got 32 things on my screen talking out to the internet. Or sorry, my computer's using 33 ports or 32 ports talk out to the internet. And only, that's not even an in. It's all out. Although it probably might alternate between in and out if I refresh the page. That's pretty nuts. The hell's using UDP? I got some robot of death here. No, it's Google. Google's the UDP. Huh. Okay. Oh, nice push. So there's our bounce. I would have expected the bounce to be a little sharper, but it just lowered it. Good. And then that also speaks to green still having energy, because you see how big green is? These are huge, right, compared to the reds. Red has some decent sizes in here, but for the most part, aside from, I guess, this one, green's really rocking huge sized ones. So, not bad. Not bad. Hopefully this turns into a big ass W. So we could have had a W here, right? So if we do this, so this is probably a 50% breakdown, and the top is probably here. It's probably the case. We draw a straight line maybe, and then that's the 50% breakdown. So we broke down, but we might go then try for a second one, and this will give us the bat wing shape. Yeah. Vampire bat. Now, if that that fails, then it gives the cat shape, or you get a kitty cat. A really weird cat. But usually, if you're lucky, this is the cat's tail. This is the two mountains. And then this either goes into a bat wing or it just rolls out. If it rolls out into a U shape, that's the better pattern, because then this is stabilized. If it does this, you have the risk of coming back down, and then you're back into hoping a bounce. So you really need a leveling out, to help solidify, or you're just treading water, but you're still going down until you get the U shape, and then you can turn it around. This is what turns it around, because these are all kind of sloppy L's. You need a good U in there. So we'll see. Yeah. So yeah, these are all different patterns, but even if we try to make a U here using this size, let's take that, put it over here. Yeah, so then we should be hitting the side of the U. If this is a U, we should see a wall come right up. And then we can use measuring tools. Where is it? Here. Now let's do it off the shoulder to the body. So then the 50% mark is here, which is inaccurate. Let's trade this up. Drag this up. Okay, let's do that. So I would argue you shouldn't have this kind of, your mid piece can go over the 50% mark, but you shouldn't have hesitation in flatting above the 50% line. So I'm going to move the 50% line up, which brings us up to the larger shoulder, not the short shoulder. Now, if we do the short shoulder, now that I look at it, say here, take this shorter shoulder. Yeah, see, that one's pretty close. So this one hits the 50% line, gets pulled back, goes up, gets pulled back, and then that gives you your middle of the W. Then it rolls up to the 50% mark and fails before it reaches 3662. But for this larger shape, it doesn't hold up. We go up into the 61s and then we roll back. The 61%, and we roll back. And that's not quite the right place. If we pass the 50, we should go up to 100, or very close to it. So that doesn't quite work. So that's why if I adjust this, now it works. So this is now the correct scale for this one. So once we get over 3608, which is the 50% mark, if we don't fail here and roll, then we should see a climb, pretty quick climb up to 37. Yeah, and that's what we're gonna see now. Because a W is technically a U shape. Yeah, it's just a little, like you can see it here. It's just a little weaker. It's more likely to escape, but it's weaker overall. It's not likely to commit. So this part here has a greater chance of collapsing, but it has a greater chance of getting off the ground. A W. A U, could fail in the middle, could fail in the corner, but once it gets going, they had all this time to get rid of you, right? And they didn't, so you're usually good to go. With a W, you tried probably once and not twice. Let's do this. So with a W, let's say you tried once, so you know you have the energy to do it. And then when you go up, if you don't have the energy, you'll immediately fail. So if you don't immediately fail, you're going to rock it up. But as soon as you get past the halfway mark or get to the halfway mark, I wouldn't say it's guaranteed to get past that halfway mark. Whereas in a U shape, usually once you get going, you have a better chance of making it past the 50% mark. So we're going to see that now too play out. So we're looking to see, if we were playing it tight, we'd be looking to see hesitation, which is what we see here. Now this hesitation's over 50%. So the next one's probably going to be red and engulf this one and possibly this one, which is going to set us off to roll. I would say with AMC, it's about 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes of red, then you've changed direction. But if we can push back in like a minute, so if the next minute's a large green, we should be fine. Oh, I was when you said watch out for hedges, I'm like, doesn't he drive something? Yeah, he really should watch out for hedges. And then I'm like, ooh, I wonder if Paul Walker was killed by a hedge. I think he hit a street, or his friend hit a street post or rolled. I can't remember, but imagine he drove into a hedge and died. It's like, oh man, the hedgies got him. Literally. Yep. Yep. That's going to be the next Fast and the Furious. I don't like hedges. It's all about family. Family. Come on, family. How many times can you say family in a movie? Yeah, well, it sucks. It sucks because you lose them out of that series. I mean, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. But yeah, it is what it is. I mean, if I had to go out, getting killed by a hedge wouldn't be that bad. Be like, oh, it's cause of death, lacerations from a hedge. He went into a hedge at Mach 1. The hedge just tore him apart. He died the way he lived, fighting the hedges. This time, the hedges won. But I'll have the last laugh, burn that hedge to the ground. I'll get a big Viking funeral pyre, and they'll just burn the entire hedge with me in it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if your family member turned into a hedgie, then he's no longer family. But then wait, plot twist, turns around, he's your friend again. Yeah. And that's Fast and the Furious 27. Yeah. But once you turn on family, you're no longer family. But he can be redeemed. He just needs to see the errors in his way. Classic every movie in the 90s. All right. So that's 3 minutes of red. And you can see there's hesitation hesitation here, and that's because it's breaking the bottom trend line, which is what I'm trying to draw here. I had it a little tight, but I'm going to adjust it to line up with the hesitation, which will make it more accurate. So that will be more accurate. So as long as we stay over that line, we generally go up. Now that we broke the line, this gives you an indication that we're entering a new pattern. But you have about 3 minutes again, so 2 more minutes to try to get back over that line. And if we can't do it, then we'll go sideways a bit. But I like to leave the line up so you at least have a gauge that tells you if you're screwed or not. Because it's easy to get lost in the weeds. Like, I can see this chart and the chart talks to me. I don't know about you guys, but but the problem with the chart is that most people see the chart horizontally, but the chart is kind of like right now it's going horizontal, but on an angle. Like it's basically just turning left or right, kind of. You can look at it that way, right? And so by having these channels, right, you can tell when it's changing lanes because it breaks over. And if we duplicate the channel, let's duplicate it, right? Then this is the next set of lanes, right? And if it busts this, well, we should have it the same width as this. So let's say there's the other lane. So if it breaks this, then we're going somewhere else. Like the vehicle has now turned and now it's traveling this direction. Actually, I could assent that. So here we're traveling this direction. We get pushed over, right? Lane change. But we're traveling the exact same direction again, right? As this guy. I'm just doing a shit drawing here, but if we do it right, you'll see that this line, if I copy and pasta, right? It's likely, oh, okay, it's off a little. So let me get this one. Let me take this one. Probably because I did a large span. So there's the here, right? Oh, that's it. So here got pushed over right here. Continue, paste. Yeah, there we go. See? So it got pushed over here. That's what I missed right there. Okay, that illustrates exactly what I'm talking about with being pushed over. So it's maintaining the same channel, right? This is the same thing, but it's getting pushed over by the red. So if you think of this as like a car traveling along the arrow, it's still heading that way, but the red is pushing it over into another lane. But what we're looking for is deviance from this angle. So if this angle is this, right? And then you see how this one's turning, right? And if this one here, right? This one's okay. This is good. But if we start to see it go like this or this, right? Something's changed. We're no longer following the pattern. And then that's when we know we've shifted into something else, right? Yeah. Anyways, something to think about. But that helps you visualize it, like where the car is headed. Because often, the overall trend for the day is this. and 90% of the day you're just pushing it up. But the second the energy is gone, you're back to doing this, right? So today, however, it looks like we're traveling up like this. We got a very aggressive up. Let's see there how vertical they are. So as soon as red lets off, we're probably going to go vertical again. But it is Thursday, so kind of expected. Oh, backstop, you've been thinking too much about this. Oh, if you didn't see the game. Oh, shit, spilled coffee. Good. If you didn't seen the gamers thing, our group won. The thing. Okay. Good. Everything's good. All right. I'm going to grab something to clean up the coffee on my floor. BRB. We broke the line, which means we're probably. Oh, but we haven't broke the trend though, right? So we're still basically doing this. Yeah, we just don't know the length of it, right? Right. So we're good. If I take this, double check. Yep. So then any one of these greens is going to be our potential breakout. So whenever that happens, I'll move the arrow. And this is what's referred to as a continuation pattern. So here we're not really continuing how to put it? An up or down direction. We're kind of continuing sideways. But if we zoomed in, these little wiggles are leading to medium sized, I guess, in comparison, continuation pattern. But yeah, which is kind of what we got here, all mangled up. So we got 1 wave, 2 wave, 3 wave, possibly 4, something like this. Now, the follow-up question is, when is it going to stop? So we do look for a pennant. Whenever you have a wave, you have indecision, right? So here we have increasing bottoms, right? And then here we have flat tops that we're bouncing against. So there's a channel here. So there's no, it's rising tops and rising bottoms in this case. So we can't have a pennant. You have to have declining tops and declining bottoms to have a pennant. And a wedge would be flat bottom or flat top. And we don't have that. So we'll see if it bounces off this imaginary line down here, which it actually already has. Lo and behold, and I'll adjust. So it's just playing out this pennant like no one's business. So if that's the case, I guess our upswing should be from here. And then our downswing, I don't know where. Now this is going to get harder and harder. If our tops are getting wider and wider, it's going to get harder and harder to have the energy to get up there, to break out over them, which basically leads to an eventual change in direction. So it ends up, at some point cresting, and then we start a downwards channel, which would play into being later in the day. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, and you could pretty much merge these together, and you got... Now, the fact that this didn't go down as far is a really good sign, because you got, increasing bottoms, right? So if this would have led to a bounce, we would have flew off the charts, right? That's the classic, this you always see on the chart when things are going good, right? But we busted here due to whatever factors. And so we had to spend all our energy recovering. But we recovered 100%. So that's a very good sign. Now we're breaking bottoms, not a good sign. So it's probably green giving up on life. Hopefully they'll push it back. If it does bust, we could be looking at possibly a crown shape, actually, now that I think about it. Usually with a crown shape, the middle is the highest point. But you do have the setup for a crown. You have easy come, and that would trigger an easy go, right? But it's not doing an easy go. It's fighting on the way down. So that's why I didn't see a crown shape, because it's not there. But you do have this, right? But I guess because this got so low, the actual crown shape is probably here. The easy come, easy go is in here, just with green fighting. Which is probably actually maybe why we dropped down so much, actually, now that I think about it. Probably when we came down here to go do our next bounce on this, right? We just got too close and we threatened these people and they bailed. And that's what dragged us down this piece right here. And actually, you know what? That's probably exactly what happened. Yeah, and see, that's what I call a technical breakdown. It's just you got too close to an imaginary line and you get, fucked. And if you're unfortunate and it breaks a new line, it gets worse. Whereas this is kind of just the market's doing its thing. People are not playing. It's trending one way or the other. But that's a technical breakdown. It broke a line, and look at the velocity. That was a 60,000 share sell-off, and we're currently trending around 1,000 to 2,000. So that's a 30 times increase in volume. Still low, but you get the idea, right? That's why it made a big splash. Yeah. Oh, is there some type of market route going on? Oh, yeah, something's up. So there's a heads up, because it was kind of unseasonably big. So I don't think this is a route, because see, it's not that big, but they're all negative almost at the same time, which leads me to believe that something kicked them off. Yeah. Because if not, we should see this stop real quick and then recover. Yeah, so we're not seeing the recovery we should see. Not good. No, there's a glimmer of hope. To open up this laser pointer. Managed to find a laser pointer so I can continue my work on the radar. Cool. Oof, my view count took a huge hit. Is YouTube kicking people out again? Damn. Or everyone just bailed the second they see red. Jeez, it's down to 12. Okay, excellent. Laser pointer. Come on, green. Recover. Huh. So this laser pointer comes with shapes. One of them's a moon, a planet, a pizza. All the things. I think the other one's supposed to be a butterfly. If I remember them correctly. Oh, a star. That one's actually pretty good. I like it. I'll keep that one. Maybe this planet's supposed to be a bullseye, but it's just Chinese quality. I can't tell. Oh, excellent. It's following the trend line as per. So if I take this and I try to carefully stretch it out, that's where we should be. We just had a little bit extra there. So put that there. Perfect. All right, laser pointer is a go. Oh, she broke real fast. Rip. Okay, so now it's going to test the bottom. That was a good push. Just didn't hold. So then that's the potential. And that's the potential. Now the white line should protect us. And so we should get a bounce off of it, just like we did here. But how many touches do we have? 1. Those don't count. So this is 2. So if this doesn't get us out to probably here, we can't get over this white line, then we're probably going down. We're going La Timber. All right. All right. Come on, get us over that line. And this will be a W shape. The top of the W is probably here. It's this shoulder right here. But because this could be a slope, it'd be safer to say the top of the W is here. So if we do a retraction on this, yeah, that plays out. You see the 50% mark is where we are right now. Let's see if we raise this up, which means let's lower this. What about... No, it looks like we're having trouble at the 50%. Yeah, that would play out. That's pretty close. That's very close as well. Yeah, that's likely the retraction pattern for this. So if we can get through where we are now, then we'll close up to 53.43, which, you know, plays out with these white lines as well. Getting there. Oh, someone sent me a message. Facebook. Okay. So we bounced off of it, and we're going to go for 3. We didn't touch the bottom. That's good. This looks like it might make it. So as soon as we break over this red, then we'll get a small green, which will give us a boost. And then hopefully that's enough to get us through. There's your small green. There we go. Perfect. That's what I was hoping. I'm like, hopefully the boost, which you just saw, is enough to blow through the line. Yeah. Perfect. So now it's back on track. As long as it doesn't fully retract. God damn it. And so it does. But yeah, if we can relatch to the stupid line, then we'll be back on track. We've unfortunately got pushed down here, right? But we're still on track with the overall velocity for the day, right? And so we'll travel and hopefully gain velocity and sharpen up and then get, you know, more aggressively up ticking. But it's 1:16 in the afternoon, so breaking new highs is not something you generally do in the afternoon, but AMC is a bucket of joy. So 2 o'clock might be a push. And we'll see. We'll see how she plays out. Okay, fix my Raspberry Pi while she's doing this. Whoa. Looks good. Bouncing off the top. Hopefully we got the energy to go. Let's do it. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where you go up, you hit a ceiling, you bounce, it tightens up, and then you go through, which is the inverse of you bounce, tightens up, and then you go through. So this is the positive upswing. And of course, you can see that because the bottoms are increasing. So this should go up. It'll boost when it goes over this white line. We'll see a volume spike, and then it'll go for a run. But this white line's giving it some damn trouble. Holy crap, just floor it. Oh, speak of the devil. They are flooring it. So is red. Now they're fighting. Definitely, you can see it on the ticks at the bottom of the screen, how wiggle it is. And the volume picked up as well. So the volume over here is piss. And all of a sudden, the volume's now coming up in bursts. And they're flying all over the place. But this is green trying to get through the line, and red has a bunch of sellers. Now, that was a big sell from red. Well, not huge, 15,000. That's from, excuse me, breaking through this line. So as it approaches, it triggers. And then, of course, the volume goes up. Geez, the whole market is pretty nasty. Where's the AMC Dow? Oh, that's Denny's. I was like, whoa, Dow's down 3%. No. Yeah, something looks like it turned everyone around at 250 or 1250. And 1250, 1250, 1250. Maybe there's some type of news or an economic oil stocks, beans. The 4-week bill was 1130. Oh, pork is, wow. Pork exports are down almost 80%. Holy shit. Yeah, I went from 43 tons to 10 tons. Oh, that's not good. Pork's going to get hella cheap. It's going to be bacon everywhere. Export prices have halved. Jobless claims are less. Good. Import prices have declined month over month. Philly is declined. I don't know if the Philly is supposed to be good. No, okay. So the higher it is, the better. So it's showing retraction. Import prices have decreased. I don't know enough about the 4-week bill auction or HAP, but it's 76% and they expected it, or it was last time, 21%. I don't know what HAP is. It says BTC for the other one, which I'm guessing this is some type of crypto. Yeah. And it's probably against the 4-week bill. Probably some type of balance. Bean oil has stayed leveled out, although they're down 100 million pounds. This is tomorrow. So we're going to see retail inventories. Retail sales month over month is expected to be negative 1.3. Retail excluding gas and autos are expected to be 0.8. What's revision? Interesting. Yeah, don't know what's up. Kosher bacon, yeah. Yeah, something's up. I don't think it's really that important, but something I think kicked us off. Because yeah, if I just look at 12, everyone's seemingly, we're doing okay, and then flunk. There's just this weight that appeared in the 12 to 1 o'clock period. Yeah, so 12, 1 o'clock, 12. Well, okay, they're 12. They went up 12:30 to 1 o'clock. So they had 30 minutes of run. Yeah, 30 minutes of run. Same. This is a different story, though. Spaces. So it leveled out yesterday, eh? Yeah. Oh, that's Synchros. That's not space. Where's space? Oh, there's space. Yeah. Sweet Jesus. At least it got a little less aggressive. But it got back on its line. So here's a good example. So it's traveling along this line, and this is a push, but instead of being pushed by red, you're pushed by green. And then it gets back on the line, gets pushed again by green, gets back on the line, gets back on the line, pushed, back on the line, pushed, then runs on the line for little push there, right? But all it's doing is just pushing this red line along. Although now you can see the red line works here, doesn't work here, doesn't work here, definitely doesn't work here, and doesn't work, works here. And now that one was more aggressive, and it works here. So it might still be using the red line, but after a while, it should be leveling out. but this was more aggressive, so that's even worse. And then these ones are more positive than this red line, which is about this shape. So it looks like they're leveling out, but this is a warning that they're not done yet. So, and whoever put puts on the spacecraft exploding, well, even when it was successful, you could have made money. What is that down now? I can't even get it all on one screen. Give me a 1 month. Yeah, what's that? Oh boy. Yeah, that's not good. So let's say you bought in the day before and you're looking at 38% drop. Oof. Look at the gap up, slap down. God, I couldn't stay in for a roller coaster like that. You went from 43 and gapped up to 54 and then come right back to 44. Like, oh, shit. Dangerous. But I guess, yeah, look at how the stock's been flying all over the place. So there's a cat shape. So usually the cat shape ends here, but it's not. So that's not a good sign. It should find a leveling out here, but it's not, which is meh, not good. Now it is a little bit different because there's a change right here. There's news. So this is leading up to the news, which is kind of normal. You're wiggling around the line, right? But then here, this is because of the news. So it's two different patterns. But shit, it needs to find some support. It's not doing so good. Tony Stark. Oh man, look at that. Yeah, fuck. Brutal. Yeah. Ours at least is a roll. Yeah, so it's not as bad. We found support at our drop down here, but we're basically going through the same thing. They should have found support here and they didn't, but we're doing the too much coming back kind of deal, which we knew was going to happen, but I still feel like, and you can see green tries, I still feel like we're going to do a run up into the 50s, 60s before we get our drop. So I think in the end, I'm just spitballing here, we're going to probably end up with a crown shape, I think. It's going to probably be a mangled one, but then that will send us to our grave. Yeah, so let's say we bounce here and we go up, to 56 or something, or whatever, 59. Then when we come down the next time, I would be very leery because all these lines will be strong, but we just went over them and we've set up, a 3-time, couldn't get through the ceiling, right? Yeah. But anyways, that's the future. I really don't see that. You never really see this pattern. Like, it's not going to just do this, right? You rarely ever see I don't even know what that would be. A house with a smokestack? I don't know. You got something like that back in January, right? See here? So you get a run up, and then this is your roll. Oh, well, that's horrible, but if I could zoom in, there's your roll, and then there's your level out. But it found its own support because it's not going back to here, right? So if this is 14, right, this would probably be, this is 70. This is probably 30 something, which is where we are right now, right? Plus, see, there's the before the gap, right? And that's where this ended up pretty close to. And so if we scroll over, right, here's the gap, and this is where we are now, right? So it's likely we could go into a flat, right, using the support of where we are. Or if we can break up, then we'll end up doing a bit of a run, and it'll get us up into the 41s to 53s, right? So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this plays out since we're currently bouncing around right now on the lines. Yeah. So, yeah, we're trending downwards at quite a clip. Yeah. Yeah. But to me, all of this is a little too negative here and here and here, which I think is just going to get erased. So when it's feels too negative, I feel it's the market is weighing on us. There's something that happened at 12:30 or earlier, and it just shat on everyone. Yeah. I don't know. Judging by how bad is the overall reds. So we are still the second highest volume. Apple's down 1%. Neo. Oh, Didi. I didn't know Didi was on the NASDAQ. They've been on the NASDAQ since July of last year. And holy crap. They've just lost nothing but money. So they went to a high of 17. They've lost 40% of their money. Sweet Lord. Wait, where the hell are they? Wait, are we 21st? Oh, they just opened up. Oh my God, I'm stupid. Yeah, so they've only been on the stock market for days. Yeah. My bad. And they've lost nothing but money. Okay, so they've lost 30%, 36% of their company since going public. 29% of their company. Hey, we're going to go on the stock market and we'll make loads of cash. Down 30% in 4 days. Kiss 40% of your company out the door. Or 30, sorry. Shit. How is Wish not dead? This is a shitty ass stock. Really needs to die. Getting there. Just keeps having these little legs. It's like, nah. No, dead. Okay, who's the largest gainers? Oof, some big fish. Verb, which is the leading in the speed. And then it quickly goes to nines. And a company literally called Nine. So how many of them are penny stocks, though? Or cheap stocks? Because they're not really penny stocks. Probably about half of them. So like Verb, why impressive? It's a $3 stock now after going up 55%. So it was like almost $4 stock going up 50%. So it was a $2, $3 stock yesterday. Because 2 would be 100%. On the losers, a lot of losers. So the lowest loser is 13%, where the lowest winner is 3%. You got to be scraping the bottom of the barrel to get 3%. Are we even up on this? How are we? We're at 2.25. Yeah, so I'm going to say the vast majority of the market is probably red, looking at these numbers here. Yeah. Yeah, 66 is the biggest loser with Cull. 66% of your company just went wonk. Wow, went from a $33 stock to an $11 stock. $22 gone. The hell did this company do? It's been growing since 2008. It was a $9 stock. Okay, Facebook. Years of debate. This is oil. Coleman Bank Corp. Interesting. Cryptocurrency. End of trading boom casts cloud over Wall Street. Bank earnings. African countries want more money, but they don't want to pay it back. They're suing rocket companies? Oh boy. So they misleading or false sale of margins were contacting at the highest rate in 2 years. Result of increased competition amongst mortgage lenders. So basically, they did something, they screwed up, and now you're suing because they didn't do what they needed to do in the best interest of the shareholders. So it's a frivolous lawsuit, but if they can prove it, there's money, which is why they do it. Okay, let's go back to the 1 day. Okay. Well, we survived, gave up most of our gains, but we're still alive. So good. That one's still good. This one is decent. And we really just need to find the bottom, which should have been right about here. Yeah. Yeah, we were looking really good. Till about 12:30. And we kind of got, well, actually 12. We got hit with something, and then we leveled out, and then 12:30 came around, and it started weighing us down. The good news is, though, if this is indeed like a wet blanket, because you can see there's a sentiment change right around here, then we start to go sideways. Now we're going this way. So there was a definite change, even here, this could have just been a rest and go up. But anyways, if this is just a wet blanket and this is the worst it can do, then you should expect a gap up, major upswing as soon as this cloud lifts, which can be minutes, hours, days. So we'll just follow it until it happens. But as long as it's not, AMC's the problem, right? Then we don't have to worry. Yeah. Plus, AMC is highest volume or second highest volume, and we're green. So that's going to be telling people that we're the sure bet, right? So, yeah. We're also making money. AMC's doing great. Oh, here, preliminary tripling of streaming channel sales. No. Ooh, up 200% over prior year. Well, most people are trapped in their house, right? So I guess, yeah, streaming went up year over year, doubled. Yeah, I could see that. Digital revenue went up 75%. God, how much can these guys squeeze a rock to make money, right? It's like, okay, we got 100 people and somehow you doubled your money. Well, yeah, Netflix went from a $12 service to a $14 service, right? But how many times can you just squeeze that rock and get blood out of it until, you can't raise your prices no more? Still, that doesn't really matter to us. It just means they're richer, which means they can make more content, which then can directly compete with us. But it's kind of moot. Theaters need content, but theaters are not really the content. They're I wouldn't say the experience, but they're selling a venue, what they're doing. So there we go. So we're in a wedge. Let's say a pennant. That bottom is slanted downwards. Okay, so when's that going to break? Right before end of day, probably. So if we don't make new lows, we bounced off the bottom. So if we wiggle and probably go sideways, yeah, sometime at 2:30. Oh, I missed a Zach. Let me see. Live chat. it's the freelancer. He's back. Hold on. I'm gonna pin that message. It's getting pinned. Yeah, you have to switch to live chat because he wrote shit and ass and fucking. It stops you from seeing it. Yeah. Well, it's good. It's good he stopped in, you know? We don't get our whole community day to day because, you know, this is tiring for a lot of people, but it's good when they check in. Oh no, so Stacy, about the cloud, I don't know what the cloud is. It's not an anti-AMC cloud. If it was, that's when we got to worry. If it's just general market pessimism, you can think of it as like everyone's playing in a casino and then someone says, "Oh man, this casino's not great." So people don't play as much, right? It's not directly saying that table's bad or this is bad or whatever. It's just there's a general slowdown because of larger things. Or, you know, there's a fire outside and people are like, well, do I really want to gamble and have a good time where there's a raging fire outside? And so their attention gets pulled to other things like hoarding money, retirement, fixing up the house, whatever, right? Um, and so that just makes that takes off the gas, right? And then you end up going into slowdown. And then if things go really bad, people start taking money out, and then they get into a recession. But we're nowhere close to that yet. We're just going from high octane to less high octane. But that's the warning that people are starting to not want to go psycho. And anyways, I'm sure that's sending ripples of fear into the stockbrokers, right? But it doesn't really mean much to us because we're completely different. But if the whole market starts to get loomy and gloomy, it eventually the FUD will seep into us, right? And why it doesn't directly affect us, if people are scared, right? They're not going to buy back in. They're not going to add more money. And that's when we get hit. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see if people don't want to play anymore, or they don't like us, or they're angry about us and no one else, because then that means something's gone wrong and we're in the middle of it, right? So until I see that, we're okay. And so far, we look okay. The volume's gone down, which means less people want to play. But look at today's volume. We're at 150 million and we're not even done, right? So clearly people took their stimulus money and they're out having some fun with AMC. So that tells us that they don't hate us. They're just broke. So, yeah. Good stuff. Yep. Ooh, apricot pie, man. Yum, yum. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably why Larry bought that gun. Ba-dum. Fixing the problem. Oh, I didn't see the. I just saw the apricot pie, but yeah, it's pretty good. Oh yeah, I'm still trying to work out this wireless. Right, I got distracted by stocks. God, a horrible life I live. Damn stonks. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I would do. And the nice thing too, if I recall, um, those sort of legalese things, is that in a divorce settlement under common law in North America, uh, the U.S. and Canada are fairly similar, except the U.S. has a, what is it called, deadbeat law. So if you dodge payments, they can reach into your account, and even if you're not in the country, charge you and back charge you and jail you when you come back, sort of deal. Um, in Canada, that doesn't exist, and I don't know about Europe. But the general sense of it, if I remember my U.S. law, you owe 50% of your current assets. So if you're flat broke going into a divorce proceeding, you only owe what you got. And then if you win a ton of money afterwards, you're not giving them any of that because it's not, you did that on your own, right? Not with them. And the reason they do 50 is because it's impossible to divvy up each other's stuff unless there's a prenuptial. But when it comes to children, you have to pay for their growth, right? And so the burden is not on one parent. But I don't think they can reach into your winnings. So if you moon and become a multimillionaire, she doesn't get half, and your kids don't get half. You're only contractually obligated to pay the minimum, unless there's some other, judge ordered crap. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's the case. Yeah. Apple strudel. I've been watching a lot of Hogan's Heroes. Apple strudel. Oh, she is heavenly. But Hogan, you know it's verboten. So good. But it's, yeah, apple strudel. Yeah. So let's see. Let's get a 50% line in here. That's about there. So we're trending the bottom. So good. Do, 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 do. Yeah, Hogan's Heroes first season's like okay, and then it just gets absurd. The stuff they have, a full workshop, pedicure, a receptionist in the basement. It's like you name it. The whole place is tunneled. Like they had to put an overpass because there's so much traffic. So good. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's probably what happened there. So this trading view sometimes lags out, but yeah, you had this, it gapped down to here. Green pushes it up nothing, then it gaps down. So essentially, you were doing this, and green just put a little bump. But if you continue the pattern, that's what you were doing. And then green technically gapped up here. So then green went like this. And then it continued back down the same line. But you just can't see the green here because this part's lost in the gap up. And just like you can't see the red here because the green took out the two reds. But yeah, this is a pretty much a straight line. No, you think England eats weird stuff. America, you can have fried raccoon buttholes. No, Americans will eat anything. As long as it's fried, deep fried. It's crazy. Timber Town. Yep. That's great. Although the Chinese will eat anything as well. When I was traveling in China, it's like, oh my lord. But it's like, well, we have a lot of these. Let's eat them. It's like, okay. But I don't want to. Can I just, take something else? I ate a lot of vegetables when I was in China because, yeah, some of the meat choices were not great. A lot of organs and yick. Yep. Yep. There you go. No, fried raccoon buttholes is George Carling. He was Americans will eat anything. Yeah. George Carling was quality. Guy knows his thing. Pure stand up. Ah, finally. It's under network settings under setup. Wow, I clicked everything but, and now I found it. Yay. Okay, I need to set this as an IP. But yeah, that's what I keep quoting about the raccoon buttholes. It was that. uh, but it's just, you could pick anything, right? It's like, nope, fried raccoon buttholes. It's good eating. Um, TV, cell phone. Well, we're holding on the bottom, but yeah, I don't like where we are. We need to see some green, or we're going on Timber Town. Population us. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I fixed the internet. That only took most of the day. I got distracted. As one uh, Rick James once said, cocaine is a hell of a drug. Also said Charlie Murphy, Darkness Brothers. He was a visionary. So we saved ourselves from damnation. That's good. So we want to probably get over this line and then we should be okay. So by drawing the bottoms and the tops and just making like a really crappy wedge, what that lets you know is further breakdown points. It may not get a boost. It may not be like a real wedge, but at least you know when you pass this line, you're now in a different pattern than a continuation pattern. You've broken out of the funk you are in. So that's good. So we can take that away. So we do have like a macro pennant, which we saved going into oblivion, which is good. Let me just, oh my Lord. Let me just put this one back up. So that's where we are now. So if we get over this, then I can delete this line. And then hopefully we'll go up to the halfway point. And if we can get to the halfway point, we'll probably wiggle. And then hopefully we can break out. Oh, we're at 2 o'clock. So get a 2 o'clock push maybe. Zach was one of our original trolls. So back when the stream was just starting in February, he came by and he was expecting the stock to go back to $5. So he would just say $5. It's going to $5, and then he'd leave. And so we started saying that he does $5 handies at the back of AMC. What he's offering is $5 handies. That's why he keeps saying $5. And then he just turned into a meme. And now he comes back and yells at me for day trading. And then we just smother him with love because he's a foundation of our original movement. Yep. Exactly. I mean, you have to celebrate your culture. And since the original OG crowd was very level-headed people, like Backstop, if you see him around, right? Just very level. So Zach comes in and he's just trashing the place, and it's like, yeah. So anyways, it was something. A part of your heritage. Heritage. God damn, get over that line. Now we got a mini pennant here. Yeah, back in the good old days of 801. Oh my God. You might think this is stressful. 01, 801. My God, I was sweating. Because that had the potential of going back to $1. Like, if it turned, the whole movement's over. The whole thing's going to hell, right? Oh my Lord. And if you went from 8 to 1, like that's what, 90% of your money gone almost? Like, gee. And it could probably do that in a day too. So, oh my Lord. Those were hard days. Yeah. Yeah. 5, 8, and 10 was okay because we were on the way up. But yeah, man, I was sweating at 8. That was brutal. Oof, I don't want to relive that ever. Yeah. Geez, just thinking about it makes my muscles tense up. Yeah. Well, that was WandaBot. WandaBot murdered us the first time. Yeah. Yeah, technically we got hit by Wanda twice, you're right. But the second time wasn't as bad because they were just selling off throughout the day. It wasn't a robo hold, but yeah. Yeah, that's it. Or Happy Gilmore, I think you might be referencing. Just get in the hole. Just go. Yeah. Yeah. And his golf clubs were hockey sticks to start with. Um I haven't looked into that. I saw your post, but um I didn't quite read into it. The DTCC is I wouldn't say voluntary. It's a service provided by an appointed pseudo government agency, I think. So the DTCC is like an NGO. I don't even know if it's run by the government, but it basically acts like the government. So I can see them pulling out of it. But if they pull out of it because they don't like the requirements, the FCC is still going to have their requirements and there's no getting around them. So, if you don't have your stuff backed up by the DTCC, you're going to have leverage and capital to back all your trades, and you'd have to produce your own DTCC. So that's going to tie up so much friggin' money, right? But I bet you Goldman Sachs has found out that whole 1 hour rule, they're getting margin called left, right, and center, right? And they're losing more money than it would be if they could let the bad calls ride, right? That would make sense. So now, if they got a bad margin position, the only person that can margin call them is themselves, right? So they'll have to have their own DTCC that backs up all their trades, good or bad, which is like, I don't know, a central bank inside the bank. And then they're going to margin call their employees, but they have to hold the shitty dying trades, where the DTCC would hold the trades and JP Morgan would go whoops, and then the DTCC would say pay up, and then Morgan would say that's too soon, and then the government would say too bad, new ruling. So yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. When you're that big, you don't want to have to follow any rules you don't have to. But the reason they use the DTCC is so that they can play on margin. They can go to town and they don't have to have billions of dollars sitting there as collateral, right? Except the problem is they don't have billions. And when they fuck up, all of a sudden they're like, oops, I have no money. And oh, look, the whole US economy goes, right? So, yeah. I mean, it'll still be good for the US consumer regardless. But it just means they'll be able to hold on to bad plays for eternity ish. I would say ish because the central bank that they're going to make isn't going to take infinite losses, right? Eventually they'll have a cutoff point. So, yeah. I don't know about how the accounts go with the DTCC. I don't really know US full monetary policy and all the little little bits. I know enough to get by. But you would think, yeah, there'd probably be more than one account. There'd probably be like a pedestrian account, an important account, a never close account. And so they all have different requirements based on the bracket. And then the risky accounts, maybe they bribe the DTCC by giving them extra collateral to let them be a little more risky. And because the DTCC is just making monies off the pennies, right? And they're just providing insurance that your trades are closed right away. It's like a credit card. When you do a credit card, it goes to a clearinghouse. The clearinghouse pays the store, and then Visa pays the clearinghouse. And that way, no matter what, the store gets their money right away, and then Visa and them can sort it out at some other time, right? And so that's what's going on here. You have a settlement period of 3 days. I need my shares. I don't give a crap what you're doing in the background. Just give me my damn shares. Except you're in a losing position and you don't want to. So the DTCC gives me the shares right away and then yells at JP Morgan to pay them in the background. Cool. I don't care. But for the big banks, they don't want to have to follow rules, right? So they rather, not be yelled at if they don't have to. Anyways, yeah, it all kind of makes sense. I didn't know you could break away from the DTCC. I thought that would have been a part of the regulatory framework. Just like banks can't go and say, oh, I'm going to not back up any of our deposits. We're just going to YOLO your money. And if the bank goes under, tough tits, right? That caused bank routes back in the 1930s, which is why they have savings guaranteed up to 100K. It's like, who cares, really? But it's just there in case the whole economy goes to hell. But then you know what they'll do is they'll just renege on it. They'll be like, oh, well, we meant that only when things are going well. And you're like, yeah, okay. So it's insurance, but if you get sick, we take it away. Got it. So. Yeah. Well, JP Morgan would not be responsible if other people got margin called unless they're inside their framework of JP Morgan, right? So if Chase or Ameritrade or TD or Citadel got margin called by the DTCC, since they're part of it, they got to pay up within that 1 hour time frame, right? Then being outside of the DTCC, you could get, well, you can't get margin called. You would get a security violation because you traded something you didn't have, but you wouldn't be margin called because if you took 100% loss, that's with the house's money. You're only losing your money. Because you've already given the shares, you've already paid up, you've already settled the account, right? So if you're taking losses, that's just you with the house's money. Whereas with the DTCC, you have to pay within these frameworks and all this other stuff. Where the other one is you would just be blowing out JP's money. So you get fired as an employee, basically. But you could technically hold indefinitely because are you going to call your employee? Nah, I don't feel like it. Okay. Then there's no such thing as a margin call. Yeah. Ah, okay. Okay, that's something I didn't know. So they have a NATO defense pact that they have to go after each other, eh? And is that to that's to keep the collateral up, right? It's essentially they just got to keep the money float a certain amount. I think is what you're talking about because you can't be responsible for their actions, but you're probably responsible to help keep the system alive if one person goes rogue. Probably the likely case. Because you're not going to get everyone's not going to get sued if one person gets sued. That's just silly. No one would sign up for that because JP Morgan, those guys are not sketch beyond belief. Yeah, yeah. Okay. That part I knew then. Yeah. You can't say, well, it's not my problem, is really what the rule is. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually like a NATO defense pack. Everyone has to put in 5%. And if it all goes to hell, it all goes to hell and you're on the hook. Yeah. Although they amended it, or the US has amended it to say, well, not if it's Turkey and not if we don't feel like going. And it's like, uh, oh, okay. So, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. We're on the same page. Yeah. Now, what would be more interesting news is if the other members of the DTCC kicked out JP Morgan because they were too much of a liability. That would be an interesting story. But that would make headline news for sure. JP Morgan declared too risky for stock market. Shares plummet into oblivion. People seen jumping from building. Yeah. Good times. All right, raspberry pie, apricot pie, ready to go. Oh yeah. Actually, it would tell you that there's a giant mess, but the nuclear holocaust is about to happen. Because damage would have already been done. But a lot of it too is it's like if you got shot or if your vehicle takes a hit, initially the damage is done, right? But as time passes, the damage turns into blood loss, turns into parts on parts wearing out, right? So even though you're still moving and still functioning, you're on a timer. So if, you get hit and there's not a big problem, you're going to rebound. It's all good. But once you get hit, or in the case of this JP Morgan metaphor, the damage is done that caused the problem. So that's done and it's there. And now you have the ripples that travel through. And then one of those ripples could then be a death knell or a banging of the death bell. So that's the part you got to worry about. So it happens, cool. And it's potentially could just fully recover minus the damage. They could walk away from it, but take the damage and walk. Cool. But you're looking out for now there's sand in the carburetor. Okay, you walked away from the gunshot wound, but is his heart okay? Can his organs take it? And everything might look fine. And then, oh, something's shutting down. And then the cascade happens. And then that's really that's the scary part that you have to look out for. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, it's what makes the stock market fun. It's like a video game that you make money. I don't really read in too much to like the big players because ultimately big business is going to do whatever they need to do to make money. And to make money, they're not going to screw shareholders and they're not going to nuke the market. And so ultimately they're trying their best to keep everything alive because it makes them money. But they're greedy as hell and often they do risky stuff that blows up in their face because, they're just playing with fire, which is why they're rich because they're playing on the edge. So, it may not be malicious. They're not trying to destroy the market, but they're definitely not doing safe behaviors. And so you as a small fish, you just have to make sure that when the whales beach themselves, you're not underneath them, or when they finally break the pool and everyone gets sucked out, you're not right at the edge, jump out first. So, but yeah, that's the game. I'm happy we're back in the pennant, though. That's good. So we touched the 50% line, which incidentally lines up with the bottoms from previous. It's always interesting when tops and bottoms line up. It just drew an arbitrary line and they just magically slide right to them. It's pretty cool stuff. Yeah. I'll give us some green so we can have a end of day breakup. Well, actually, it's a breakout. Yeah, or breakup. versus breakdown. Come on, green. Actually, I wonder if the markets are, now that we kind of leveled out, but this is a little bit of a, I wouldn't say extreme because this is kind of expected off of the W, which you can clearly see. This is like a pretty perfect W. The only thing that's wrong with this W is that this part and this part's the right size, but this part isn't. So this needed to stretch out a little bit, but you can see red and green are trading blows here. So you could just swap places and this would be proper. So if this was just smaller green and this was less red, everything would have been a proper shape. Bottoms are lower, which is kind of meh, but we also paused here. And we're also on a line, so it kind of makes sense. But other than that, pretty perfect W. Yeah. Shit, we still don't want to get up and out. So we could do a mini pennant here. So we can just get some green in here. Got 3 minutes. We can get 3 minutes of green. We are golden. Okay. It is not accepting my... Doesn't like my Wi-Fi dongle. So yeah, we failed that. So instead of the 2 minutes of green, we failed. Now we want to see a bounce off this line, which we should see. It's interacted with this line before. Didn't on the way up. Well, I guess it stopped and then gapped over. But aside from that, it looks good. So this should have a bounce. You should see some green. Hopefully big green, but it's probably going to be small green. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, that's a good push. 12,000. So we're in super ultra low volume compared to earlier. We're sub 1,000. Yeah, but we're getting a few bursts here. That was nice. But it looks like it's dying out. What time is it? 18:23. A really weird time to have a bull run. So these are just giving me, this is oh, wrong one. This is old. Get rid of these. So this is a pennant here, but I'm keeping the same line, and now we have a little pennant kind of here. So they're not really pennants, but it's giving us a general idea. If we don't go below this line, then we go up. And then if we took away these lines, right, you can see we have a wedge forming, right? So this should be a breakout. So we're going to get a boost, and that should get us over, well, it's getting us over this guy and this guy. So it should go boost 1, boost 2. Then we should hesitate as we get close to the midline. There's boost 1 and 2. This might be the hesitation. We see there. Okay, there's the hesitation. Okay. We should get a little bit of retraction. Volume is quadrupled. Oh, get a little red here. We should get a pullback. Nope. Geez, nice. So that was definitely more than I expected. I expect a pullback to this line. Nice. So that could be the pullback, and it's over, so we're going to go for a run. So it pulled back to the head of this guy. And right now it's over this guy, which is great, which means we're going to fly. And then we can go for a second breakout. Excellent. Yeah, so that basically was a, let's say, tripling of volume. It's still small, but it's sustained above average 20,000. Sustained it for about 20 seconds versus, on, off. It held, which is what gave us that that pull. So there's the pullback to the line I was talking about. Yeah, and that came with a 40,000 sell-off. Yeah. Oh, the 40,000 actually was a bit of a buy-in. The sell-off was two 20,000s with a 40,000 neutral. So it's probably 20, 20, 20 selling, and then 20 buying. And so the last one, the buyers and the sellers are evenly matched, making 40. 20,000 in, 20,000 out. Yeah. Pretty good. Would have been nice if this stayed green. If this stayed green, we would have just flew. Now that it didn't, we might pitter patter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, you didn't miss much. That's what all Zach said. So I just pinned him up there. He was in, let me turn on timestamps. Zach came and visited at 1:38. I just saw your post, Marshall. I thought you killed yourself after you pumped and dumped SPC or whatever that space was. Yeah, we marked you for dead. It's good to have some heritage, some history. Yeah, 138. To answer your question, Augie, if you're here, all contracts can be contested if they're under duress or the contract is not fully explained. So when someone signs a contract without reading, it can be argued in court. That's why if it's a super professional contract, you have witnesses, and the contract has to be read from beginning to end, every letter, and the person has to agree they understood. Because if they just hand you a contract, like those terms and conditions, you didn't read it, and they try to enforce them, it's like, yeah, but I just clicked it. There's no legal precedence. It's beautiful. That's a nice push. Do we have the volume to do it? 30,000 buy-ins. Might do it. But he was just back temporarily. Now, Zach's eternal. If anything, he's going to get a hand infection from his promiscuous handies. But other than that, you know, I'm sure he's going to live forever like Mr. Burns. No, Mr. Burns, the slightest wind could kill you. Yeah. Well, prenuptials are kind of a spit in the face to the woman or the male in the situation, right? But seeing how most marriages last like a tiny amount of time, and almost most relationships don't last 8 years of any type, it's just good financial sense. And especially if one side is grossly more richer than the other. So you can just, I mean, you don't have to write down, I get this, you get that, but it's just, here's my stuff. And, this is your stuff. And then from this point onwards, all of our stuff is merged together, but it's all the new stuff. And then that way the courts can say, okay, look, there's your stuff, here's her stuff. You're going back to 5 years ago. Done, right? And there's no arguing, there's no fighting because emotions get high and children might be involved and all that sort of stuff, right? So it's makes good financial sense to just say, okay, let's lay it all out on the paper. And it might be you, it might be me, it might never be us. But a lot of people see it as you're already dooming it to failure. But really, the odds are stacked against you. So be practical. It's like life insurance. You're like, oh, well, I'm not going to die early. Yeah, well, 20,000 Americans a year say that, and 20,000 of them don't make it, I just picked a random number, but you get the idea, right? Yeah. Yeah. This is good. We're holding. So this line here, we're above it. So we're looking good. Oh, we did what we didn't do here. Because here I expected us to kind of play around this line for a minute or two. But when we pushed here, we basically got back on track. So you could argue that this is just a continuation of what should have been here. Right. And then because the red brought us down a little, now the line is where it is now. Right. So this brought the line up, right? So I lift it to here. And then the red brings the line down. And now we're continuing just the same. Actually, here, we're continuing the same angle. It's just been wiggled around, right? So that's good. That means we're on track and nothing's changed. Just some people threw rocks at us on our way. And that's it. So as long as we keep, I can put it on the bottom. Bottom's a good way to track. As long as we stay above this line, we're good. So. I think he's talking about George Soros. And that is a US billionaire, I think. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, he's super old. Remember, the hills have eyes. Yeah. Let's see here. Pseudo, nano. Man, I'm gonna be a friggin' IT technician by the time I figure out how to get Linux to do what I want it to do. I haven't learned so much shit in a long time. Killing me. Okay, all these files that I'm supposed to have don't exist. Well, that might be a problem. Sir, the problem is your engine is missing, well, the engine. Got 2 wheels and half a bumper. I think I see the problem with the brakes. Yep. He's 90 years old, man. We can only make it that long. He's probably getting the same queen level health treatments. Man, I'm surprised the queen's still kicking it. Like, she's bitchin' old. Slightest breeze can get you at that age. I wonder how many times, though, the queen's nearly died and they just brought her back. Because I bet when you're super rich, you have like scary episodes, but your medical team is like 2 inches from you at any time, right? Yeah. Well, she's Canada's queen as well. Um, but I was just talking about rich people have, you know, awesome healthcare, right? She's like an old grandma for Canada. Doesn't do anything, but it's nice to have a grandma. Excuse me. Holy crap. So with Linux, you can actually change the frequency manually. So you can try to tell Linux to pump out a different frequency than your wireless card supports. That's something. So I'm sure the hardware says it supports blank. And then I guess the drivers give you a range of power, the voltage over a crystal or something. And then you can just say, no, put it to 50 and just overrule the drivers and I guess burn out your wireless card. That is something. Nice breakout. Perfect. We are on a roll here. We can shift this line again because it got pushed a little. Nice. We're going to finish strong, it looks like. We'll have to take our horse betting soon. We back in the green? Yeah, up 3%. So we should get more of a breakout than this. Man, what a turnaround, eh? That's so sharp. And then it's like, boom, L shape. Complete L shape. And I just finished saying earlier today, we don't see a lot of V's. Well, there's a V. And we don't normally see a lot of that, though. We usually round out, but that's very, boom, just complete turnaround. Because, yeah, usually there's a little bit of a bottom. There's a, well, that doesn't count. That's the start of the day. Yeah, start of the day. Oh, that isn't start of the day. Sorry, that one doesn't count. This one does. Yeah. But yeah, see, it rolls, rolls, rolls. There's always crap in the bottom. Oh, there's a V. Yeah. Yeah, even then, there's another one that's really tiny. Yeah. But that's, I mean, I guess that is leveled out. So that isn't really a V because it actually is a W in here because it goes lower. But then this part's a really sharp V. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, that was the day before. Oh, there it is. There's the V. Yeah, that's a clear V. So is that. People are just dropping their stim money. But yeah, those are all good signs for continuation. And this is pretty good too. This is stairways to heaven. So you're building a base, you're solidifying. And here's the push. Perfect. Yeah. Good, good, good. I'm going to redraw this line because it's not acting properly, which means I think I've screwed up. This is the whole trust but verify. Okay, there's that one, which cuts it. And then if I take this one and this one. Oh, that's why. Okay, so my line was right here. It was wrong by both accounts. So the breakout is right here on this red, which is what we're going into right now. And the other one was the tighter wedge, but it's not accurate because this guy gets chopped, is this guy down here, right? And see the red's a hesitation. And then my line, there was hesitation as well, but my line was kind of based off of, I believe, a shitty version of this and this, I think. Or, no, my line was this. Let's see if I can do that. So this, and This and this. No. The hell is my line based off of? Well, regardless, my line was wrong. So now we should be seeing the breakout. I don't even know how I did my line. Actually, I guess I could hit back. What did I base my line off of? I'm curious now. Oh no, my line was good. Okay, so my line was this one, not this one. And it was based off of the peak up here. Yeah, okay. And if I take this one, I just redraw it properly, they'll be pretty similar. Yeah. Yeah, see the hesitation? That's perfect. That is definitely a line. Yeah. Okay, so I was close. I was close. That's all that matters. Gotta trust but verify. Oh, don't freaking tell me there's no stick here. Oh my god. I was basing it off of a stick that doesn't even exist. God damn it. And verify your verifications. Oh, geez. I thought I could see a stick there. Okay. Well, that considerably lifts it up. Okay, well, there's definitely a line there, but it's not based off of whatever I just did. I wonder what makes that line. Maybe this angle? No. Oh, I could do the inverse. I know what. I'll just do the inverse. This is how you do ballistics. Aha. So where's the hesitation line? Right here. I will freak if this goes and lines up perfectly with something. No, it's in the 70s. Can't. Okay. All right. Well, this is why we use computers, because they can draw the line better than we can. So then that line there, which was lining up perfectly, must be a horizontal line then. So if I look and I put it here, top, bottom, hesitation. If I move it here, top, hesitation, top, no, no, good. If I move it right inside it, top, no, 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 bottom, top. Oh, there we go. Bottom of the V. Hesitation on the slope. So this might be a psychological number, 4333. See, they're pausing. They stopped. Yep, see? See? There's something here. It's not much, but you see how it keeps hesitating right on this line? Yeah, there's something here. We know this one at 25 is a thing because you can see them keep touching it, touching it, touching it, touching it, touching it, touching it, right? Yeah, so okay, so it's a horizontal line, but nothing from our near future. It was from our past. And I was mistaking it as the pennant. Anyways, that's all sorted now. So we should be expecting the breakout. This is why we had to do this. The breakout should have been from here onwards. So hesitation, push, failure on the line. That's good. And then, is this the right one I deleted? No, it's not. Shit, I deleted the wrong one again. I want to do technical analysis, but I need my lines good. Okay, there we go. It's up here. Right, this was the horizontal line. So now the breakout should be here. All right, because this is a hesitation and it follows a line, which why it looks so good. There's the hesitation on the way up. So the breakout should be about half the size of the wedge, which is here. And, well, technically it's now here. Let's do that. It was a flat, so it's literally a wedge, a giant wedge. Well, let's do it right. It's to here. So it's a giant wedge at this point. And half of it would be about yonder. But if we take this as a channel, like that, half of the channel, which is far more reasonable, is about this much. So then our breakout should be this much. And it currently is. Okay. So if we put this line, yeah. Okay. So usually you get half, and sometimes you get whole. So if we take this and double it, we can expect push to 3580 or so. Not bad. All right, there we go. Took a while to get that all sorted, but when you're working off propers, and there she goes. You guys are going to get another lesson in awesome technicals and how they work. Even if poor Zach just can't see the error in his ways. All right. Huh. So a USB transmits how much power it is allowed to have. Oh, that's kind of cool. I guess that's kind of useful. When you plug something in, it says, "Hello, my name is blank. This is what I do, and don't give me any more than this power." Or not, sorry, that's not how electricity works. You don't really force power down the line, but you can. It will draw as much as it needs, technically, is how it works. But then it tells, I guess, the machine that it's only going to take this much. So make sure that this much is available so I don't start trying to oversuck the machine. We can use a retraction here to measure the 50% mark. So here's the 50% mark. Do it that way. There we go. So we don't want to be at the 50% mark. It looks like our breakout's taking its first, stressor at the 50% mark. That's normal. If we keep on trucking, though, we should manage to get to 35, 60, 82. Yeah. We can hope for this to be a power shape and then a breakout, and then we'll start taking horse bets. And hopefully it's a run up to the end of the day, which is unlikely, but if this can turn around, then we'll have our N. Then we can continue. Yeah. I probably would expect a death here and then leveling out, probably. So, as I was saying, you got about 3 minutes before this becomes permanent. So this is the roll at the 50%. So we got our boost, which is this. We kind of stuttered here, which is a little early, and that kind of probably killed the rest of our run. But we made it to the 50% mark, which is normal, and then we ran out of juice. But it still gets us up a good amount. You know, if you just played even this, right? You would have been up almost 6%, right? So there's that. And then if you just played the breakout, you would be up 2.5%. And 2.5% ain't bad. If you can do that every day, you're a gazillionaire. There's 365. Well, that doesn't count. Let's say you do it weekly. There's 52 weeks in a year, right? So you'd be walking away with double your money yearly if you did 2% a week, which is, I think, 0.5% a day. 2, 4, and then, yeah, it's just under 0.5% a day. All right, Mr. Barry. So I'll do that right now. 3525. Yeah, incidentally, that's where we need the line to give us a visual. So now we're breaking it. Let's see if we can touch the hoop. Actually, it's not a bad bet. If we go up here, that's the fallback. So not bad. I would probably go slightly lower because I don't think we can hold here. We're starting to diverge. We're starting to spread out. But if we wiggle, maybe we still got some legs. I don't know. It's hard to forecast this because it's going to be completely based on volume. If we can sustain the volume, we're going to go to the clouds. If we can't, then this runs over and then it will start the downwards pattern, which will be this direction. Let's take an arrow. So it'll be this way or so. And if we take an arrow on one of these, that one's a little more aggressive. So it's going to be one of these directions. Distance is not accurate. It's just the angle is accurate. Distance is based on volume and how much the other side fights. Angle is also based on how much the other side fights. But if you got strong volume, you tend to maintain a course. It takes large volume or the lack of volume on one side or the other, which means your volume becomes air quote large because there's no contest, right? To break you from a direction. But if both sides are fighting it out and one side is winning, unless that the winning side backs off, it will stay going that route because the other side has to get more powerful, almost double, right? They got to beat them to neutral, then they got to get over them. And that's almost impossible to do generally. So if, I'm putting down 100 and you're putting down 50 and you're red, as long as I stay at 100, you have to go to 101 just to stop me. Then you have to go even more to turn it around, right? If not, we'd just go sideways. And so you have to double or whatever to fight me. But if I turn down to 40, you're now winning without changing, right? And that's, what we see from time to time here. But again, volume is the sum. So if I'm 100 and you're 50, we'll see 150 volume. If I'm 100 and you're 100, we'll see 200 volume, right? Until we see 201 volume, presuming I'm constant, which I never am, we won't see a turnaround, right? So if the volume's going up and the price is moving up and it's growing, that means red is either weakening or green is extremely getting stronger by large amounts, I should say. If the volume goes up, but the price doesn't move, it means both sides are ramping up, or red is ramping up to meet green, or green is ramping up to meet red. And now they're deadlocked, but they're equal weight, but they're now ramping up. So it's 100, 150, but they're equal. So they're not going anywhere, right? Yeah. And then the inverse is true. If you have tons of price movement and no volume, then it means one side has given up the ghost. And so he's just running free. Those usually get corrected right away, though, because red, someone throws down 10 grand, moves the needle. Someone throws down 80 grand, is going to, chuck this ball into the next yard. So if the next person is green and red was the 10 grand, you just beat them by the factor of 8. So you're going to turn that needle around and shove it, way up the other direction. And so, that's why it gets course corrected quickly. Now, if red kicks off, green lets off the gas and red kicks in, they can move the needle. And then when green comes back, if red throws in more money because it's the start of it going down or a technical breakdown, green can be overwhelmed and then it ends up being neutral or continuing red. So you'll see a big red, no volume. Then you'll see a little red, tons of volume. And that's because green was countering and red is stopping it. And so that's what you should be. You should be constantly looking at price motion. The actual price does not matter. Like, I barely ever look at what the price actually is unless we go sideways. And then I check to see if it's a psychological number. You really got to be looking at the size, the shape, the velocity, how they move, the personality, and if it's backed up by volume. Yeah, and then that will tell you everything you really need to know. I'm sure if I was better at math, maybe I'd do it all based on numbers. How quickly we get back to 35, 55. Because if you time it, right, that's technically telling you this. Because we couldn't have gotten here unless this happened. Therefore, time is directly tied to the shapes we see. But, I'm not that great at math, as you should all know by now. I'm not even good at arithmetic. So, anyways, there's your little lesson on candles and momentum. Something to keep in mind. So here we're seeing neutral volume, let's say. We're now at like medium volume, but it's stable for the most part. Red puts us into a roll, brings us down to here. Green brings us back up. Green then jumps up, gets pushed down by red. So here you see no movement, right? The candle's really small. It was green because there's a stick, and it ended red. And actually it went down a bit and finished neutral because there's a stick. And the volume is high compared to the people around them, or higher, I should say. That's not much more. But you didn't move, right? So this means red was going to pummel it, right? But green laid into them. So then the next one has a very good chance of being green. But in fact, it pummels down red. Green completely races it on medium volume, on less volume. So red did a dump, and probably caught green off guard. And then green just pummeled it with all the volume in the world. And then that would mean red is probably out of gas for at least, a second or two. And the green is the likely case of that. So red used all their energy to push them down to here. Green used less energy or more. I really don't know because I wasn't looking at it that detailed. And it's completely destroyed them. But judging by the size, red would have had to given up, or the volume would have been through the roof. Because you see the one beside it has more volume and no movement. But that's because red and green are fighting, right? Yeah. Oh, the stick goes up higher. Sorry, I didn't see that part. So this one had actually large movement. I didn't see that. Sorry. Yeah. So this one, red countered, and then red pushed even further. And so that would have used up even more energy from red because green pushed and red had to use all that energy to get it down. This would have taken a lot of energy from green, but because it finished green, that gives us a signal. If it would have went up and come back and finished red, we would have gone down quickly because green means green's out of energy. They're unable to fight red. Yeah. So here we've bursted up. Now we're out of juice because we've gone up too far. So red is now taking over, and look at the volume. Non-existent. Yeah. Should update in a second. Should be about medium low volume. Hoof. Someone just dropped a bomb of green. Nice. Yeah, I'm looking at the ticks. So green is dropping about 20,000 bombs, and red is countering with less than 1,000. So we are moving. Oh, sorry, less than 5,000. So we're moving by a factor of 4 in the green category. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a great sign. Means they're piling in. Now the negative down arrows is whenever it's finished its run, I'll move the arrows. So the arrows can be very short though. This is just the angle. Yeah. The likely angle we're going to follow. So this is us touching the line, which is probably why red is woken up. So this is our tight channel, like tiger. So if we stay above this line, we continue up. If we don't, red might get bigger and more aggressive. No, there's a spike. So red just dropped a 40 on us. So we're now batting around 10,000 a tick, which is about a second in this case. Technically, ticks are supposed to be as fast as the market does trades, but I'm only getting them at a second. So, so we're getting around 10K to 5K a second. So 40 is 4 times. You're doing 4 seconds in 1 second. Yeah. So we're going neutral, and we're around 5,000 to 10,000. 2,000 actually. 2,000, 5,000. It's slowing down. There's a 10,000, 2 10,000s, 3 10,000s in green. We're going up. They're ramping up. People are dropping bombs. That's a 40. So we just dropped a 40. Sorry, I was wrong. We just dropped a 20 in here. But see how we didn't even move, right? So that one was probably 10,000 red and 10,000 green. Whereas this, when we were here, they dropped a 40 and we went thump. And that's probably because there was no green counter or very little. So the effects were harder felt. Even though the volume has gone down, and you can see it on the bottom here, the volume's dropped. Yeah, we're at 5,000, so, oop, that's a sell-off right there. Yeah. Yeah, now red's angry. That's going to get, yeah, we need to counter this. But red is, yeah, someone started that with 20,000. Yeah. We're leveling out pretty quick, though. Come on, give us a big buy-in. You were doing good there. It was all good greens, and then guess they finally gave up the ghost. But the volume's a lot less, so that tells me that they don't want to go down. It's just profit takers and what have you. But until this volume exceeds here, I think we're okay. Because, yeah, the overall volume is lower than, you know, all of this, right? This will be high volume because it's a catastrophic drop and a catastrophic rebound. But this volume here is pretty poop. Woof. That was 120 share drop right there. See that thing fly? Holy crap. So someone bailed with 120,000 shares. And oh, man. Fuck those people. Oh, hopefully the market course corrects that fast. Someone just put a friggin' hole in our boat. Oh, we're leveling. That's good. That's not bad. That's good. Because normally stuff like that scares people and starts the downwards trend, triggering it. We rebounded and we're flat now. We might still see red, but at least it's level. Damn. Look at that harpoon right to the leg. Damn. Oh, it's pushing new lows. And we're unfortunately doing a 20,000 a tick now. Volume has definitely picked up. And that's usually the case after a big hit. You'll have immediate volume afterwards because everyone's going shit, and it triggers a bunch of limit and sells and buys and all that crap because you basically did 120 or sorry, let's say 10 seconds worth of trading in 1 second. So the rest of the gunk has to sort itself out. Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. So there must have been some green in there because if not, it probably would have just gone right down the page. Because if 40 can move us this far, 80 should be able to move us this far, and 120 should bring us like right down the page. Because it gets cheaper too as you go down, right? So you'll be able to go farther. Not that it's a huge percentage. What was the percentage drop? A 2% discount. Or better yet, this person lost 2% for doing that because they basically were buying up so much, or sorry, flooding the market so much that it brings the needle down. Yeah. Anyways, fun. Never a dull moment. Well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, I'm like, what can I say? Well, not much. There's always moments of intrigue with this stock. There, I can say that. Never a dull moment. That's not true. Oh my God. Paint drying days. Kill me. All right, Augie. Have fun. 350, 70. So yeah, if you want to give me your end of day bets, I'll take them. No, the robot's off for now. I'll do it manually. 3550. Yeah, if I'm not too busy, which I really ain't, this way's nicer. Oh, let's drag this out. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, plus the robot needs some work. I'll do it this way. And you can post the command, it doesn't matter. It's a good habit. Marshall. Because we'll eventually go back to the robot. 3529. 3583. Okay. Where do I bet? I think, holy crap, look at the volume. It's not a good sign. I still think there's positivity coming. If not, we're going to end up, I'd say, above 33.45. I would like to think we'd end up somewhere closer to 37, actually. I think that's this is probably pretty safe. Because we'll probably try and then get stunted. So we want to go to 37. If I draw the trend line, right? So if I take this trend line and I just shift it to where we are now, like you can see, we really want to hit 36.50. If we keep this trend line, we're going to be 37.50, right? So where's 36.50? So this area is like the upper bounds. But this is, yeah, I think we're going to go into this and then get pulled back. So where do I want to go? Oh, geez, there's a lot of EODs while I'm using. I should pay attention. 33. Stacy is 3701. Oh, whoops. Need a name. Okay. Marshall. I already have Marshall, don't I? I do. Did you change yours, Marshall, then? 50, 35, 29. No, I got you already. You're just repeating yourself. Okay. Lamboni is 3580, and I already got him. It's is 3419. Okay. In May is 3615. Yeah, so May's taking probably where I would want to go. I'm going to take the low. I'm going to lowball it. Probably regret this, but in case I don't. Oh yeah, that's the coordinates I want. JK. Oops. I think it's still going to go up though. But depending on how much down we get, the up will be muted. We'll run out of time basically. Zeus is 36. Okay. think I've gotten everyone. So if your number is not in the white here, then I missed you. And if you want to make a bet, it's anything but the white numbers. Geez, we got a 33 to 37 spread. Nah, we can't go that low. I shouldn't say that. Stock will be like, watch me. Okay, let's put some context in here. If I drag these out, roughly, we can do even worse than that. But there's no way we would maintain these lines, just like there's no way we're going to maintain this line, right? So that's the positive version. But that's basically telling us where it wants to go. It wants to travel along this line. Now this line's going to be shifted down here, just like all of these lines are now shifted to here. Right, so we just put this here. Yeah. So we don't expect a surge of green, but a green wiggle waggle. All right. And our reds are probably far more severe than our greens are. Although I guess we could have an optimistic this. So that's a short bursts. We end up doing that, see? Right here, right here. But overall, after the short bursts, we end up leveling out to this arrow. Now, man, if we take that burst though and oops, we take that burst and run with it though, like, sweet Lord. We'd be at 42.89 by the end of the day. But I mean, the odds of that are, you know, not there. But you get the idea. If you can just sustain crazy for what, 30 minutes, you'd be laughing. Yeah. Oh, let me put in some 3610 OC. Do three. Oh. Ooh, Shane's going for the low shot. Just above me. Yeah. Well, so far we're on the express lane. So then this just keeps moving up. There'll be one of these when it goes down. Grab this, and then this could be its leveling out point. Line it up here. There we go. Oh, and this can shift now too, since it's, oh, well, maybe it's going back to express post. Okay, let's move it over. Since there was a little bit of red, it technically shifted it a tiny bit. Oh, at least this is a good, interesting end of the day. Oh, you can root for yourself. Ultimately, if you don't root for yourself, who is going to root for you? You do not champion yourself. Who will? As the quote goes. Yes, yes. but I like psychology, philosophy. Such musings are great. I actually don't like pie at all, but I'll take the vanilla ice cream. Yeah, but I wouldn't mind trying it. But I'm not a big fan of jam and jelly and all that sort of stuff. It's like, ooh, smushed, not vegetables, fruit with sugar and pectin. Yay, gelatinous fruit. But good, good French vanilla. Oof, life changing. Although a good chocolate, I would say, is nicer. But when you have really good vanilla, wow, there's a reason why vanilla stands the test of time. Yeah. Oh, it turns out the tool that I was using was deprecated before 2015. Yeah, it goes to show you I'm old school Linux. Sorry, Grandpa. You're too old for Linux. You're cut off. Hell, even if up and if down is considered legacy. Sweet Lord. And that was the one that replaced it. So that one's considered legacy in 2017. IP command is what they want you to use now in 2020. It's because they introduced netlink sockets versus interruptive IOCL interrupt control. Oh, okay. So that's the file system where you write to a file and read to it from a file with special files. Where netlink sockets are going to use. They updated a new version today. Wow. Um, okay, so there's a buildup of the Unix domain sockets. Yeah, that's good. Rather than writing shit to a file. Although I bet those sockets are files. But at least you're not doing the low level file writing. You're going to write to a socket, and the socket will be a file. So just a layer of extraction. Yeah. Netlink, socket dgram, or socket raw. Yeah, give me the socket raw. Nice. Yeah, well, you're right about that. My name with, you know, it's hard to do chocolate injustice. To do that, you have to basically do like they do with cheap chocolate, where you take out all the cocoa mass and it's just flavoring and sugar. But vanilla is so easy to do bad. I mean, I shouldn't say so easy. It takes effort, but vanilla does not have the spectrum that chocolate lets you do. Because cheap vanilla just tastes like, I wouldn't say paste, but yeah, it tastes flat and like beans, but pasty. Yeah. But yeah. Don't think I've had vanilla from Tahiti, but I've had French vanilla imported from France. Holy poop, it was good. But I don't know if France, the atmosphere there makes better vanilla. Because French vanilla is just, I think, a roasting style, right? But I had French vanilla from France, or a vanilla from France that made French vanilla. It was holy crap, like so good. It's like when you eat something that's fresh, air quote, it goes from being good to wow. But the difference is air quote fresh. You could taste the air quote fresh. I don't know how to qualify that. So yeah, it was good. Yeah. Nicest thing I've ever had from France was imported flour. And that's pretty cool. If you buy flour from different parts of the world and make bread, the ground, the soil, the bees, the flowers completely change the flour. And it's like eating a different part of the world. It's quite interesting. So we had imported flour from France making baguettes, and that was pretty good. Um, no, they don't sell that anymore. They also resurrected an old grain in Canada from 1827 or something, red fife, which was like a super hardy grain, which basically made Canada a wheat baron. Outside of Russia, I think Russia, Ukraine, I think we're the second largest wheat producer in the world. Um, and anyways, especially in that era, we were dominant because this special wheat that's more resistant to, everything. We did early Monsanto kind of breeding and witchcraft back in the 1800s, early 1900s. Um, anyways, so that wheat is more of an ancient grain per se, and what a difference. You could taste there was life in it. There was more, you know, real. And I guess because our ancestors all ate, you know, air quote, wild stuff. And so as we've moved it all to monoculture, one variety, one strain, we got used to it, but it's made to, produce more product, right? Versus closer to earth. Not that I care about this whole ecology and all this kind of stuff. I really don't care. But it was just it triggered some primal part of your brain, and it was like, huh, this is pretty cool. Um, yeah. So, the French are crazy, but for good reason most of the time. But I like to remind them of their revolution. They got rid of the yoke of tyranny, and then they just went on a beheading spree and killed everyone they just disagreed with, and then became the very tyranny they tried to get rid of. Then they had a second revolution to deal with the first. You're like, oh, Jesus, France. You think you'd figure it out. Yeah. No, well. You have to have a revolution for your revolution. Yeah. Because I think the first one actually ended up imposing a king. So they did a revolution to get rid of the king, and then it came back and they just put a new king in. Then they're like, all right, let's get rid of the king again. And then that one stuck. But there was quite the kill count that went with it. Yeah. Meanwhile, England was drinking their own piss and dying of preventable waterborne illness, while France was pioneering a culture with a lot of bloodshed. Yeah. Although the second revolution, I think by that time, France was pretty good, or England was pretty good. I think the first one was in the 1700s. England was still kind of miff. First French Revolution. (1789). So actually, yeah, England would have been fine at that point. They basically 1500s to 1600s, they started to shape up. 1600s to 1700s, they got their legs, and then they were a superpower. Pretty much late 1700s to shit. I don't know when the fall of the empire was. 1812 ish. Yeah. Yeah, I'll put you in backstop. That's fine. It's close enough. Yeah. If you're an OG member, it comes with certain perks, you know? Plus, this thing's probably going to fly off the handle, so I don't feel guilty. So, we went down. And we're now on none of these lines. So, these ones are not connected yet. So this one is probably too much too quick. So let's shift it here over. There we go. So we're following the high, we're in the express lane. Not bad. So that, the line we're on right now, this one was too much, and that's why we had the little red to correct. It was too fast, too furious. So we're on the same line as this, and the same line as this green, and this green, and this green. So that's pretty good. Yeah. Snap too. Yeah. And that's why, you know, the too much too quick gets corrected. So you see the pound here, but you know, because it's so straight and we need this kind of angle, right? This is all we can do right now. And as we get later and later in the day, that angle should get less and less and less because we have less and less energy. So if we do something like this, it's like, frig, we're 30 minutes to close, but look at the amount of volume and for zero motion, right? So we're going to start curving anytime now because red is definitely slamming the brakes. We may not run with red. It might be that, you know, red is just going to counter us as we make new highs in this area. But it's definitely going to get harder. I don't think we should have a breakout. I would like to be thoroughly proven wrong. Where's 50%? 50 is here. We're over 50. So this is 50. So if this red goes up to a green of any size, then we should continue to limp Roni. 35.83. Okay. Now we're under the 50. And we got 1 second left. Oh, okay. This is going to be an interesting end of day. Ugh. Yeah. So I'm just clicking on the history of France, and let me just read them out. So they do the French Revolution with the Reign of Terror, and they chop off a lot of heads and kill a ton of people. And then, where is it? Let's go to the Wikipedia article here. So then Napoleon Bonaparte ends up getting into power, and he becomes the emperor of France. Then he expands the kingdom, and so France then goes into the first empire of France. So, head choppings all over, and off they go to where is it here? Cause political portals. Okay, and then it ends up with the establishment of the French consulate and the execution of Louis the 10th, 11th. Where's the next one? Just had it a second ago. Now it's gone. Timeline. Okay. So then it makes the first empire like 5 years later. Then he goes and does the empiring. Then he gets beaten up. Then it turns into where is it here? Convention, Reign of Terror. Okay, the first coalition. Then it goes into a religious oligarchy. So it gets run by the church for a bit. And then Napoleon crowns himself emperor. Okay, keep on going. He takes all of Europe, basically. Okay, so then 10 years later, he gets kicked out to Ibiza. Then they restore the king, the 12th king, I guess. Then they transfer the coffers of the king to the church. Then Napoleon escapes. Napoleon dies. Then they rebel again in 32. And then they don't succeed. Then Louis Napoleon Bonaparte becomes the first president of the French Republic. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. So I found the thing I'm looking for. So it goes Empire of France to First Republic, then to Second Republic, to the Second Empire, to the Third Republic, to the Kingdom. Oh, no, Kingdom of France, Third Republic. And then the Third Republic is the France we know and love today. There we go. It's clicking through these didn't quite work out. But anyways, they've gone through a lot of changes of leadership. I didn't realize. I knew my history of France, but I didn't realize there was a lot of changing of hands. I completely forgot how many. Good times. All right, I got everyone's EOD. Good, good, good. Okay. Get some lemons in here. Okay, I'm gonna kill these lines because we're close to the end of the day. We already pretty much got the idea of what's going on. Okay. So we'll probably end up horizontal line between here and here. So that's a huge open hole. So that's going to be Pitts or Barry. No one took this giant hole. Everyone's jammed up here. Then we got this giant hole. All right. So these lines don't exist as support resistance lines. So I got to try to look through them. It's a little confusing. Oh, if I ignore all that, we're going sideways, really. This is sideways, if not actually downwards inflecting. We go up, but this is ultimately declining downwards. Actually, we got a really tiny pennant here, actually. Now that I mention it, it's a micro pennant right there. Yeah. Whenever you have indecision, you generally have a pennant. Because we didn't break on the third hit there, because the middle was actually a little bit lifted, it saved us from the third. So the first one touched, then we go up, we come down, but we didn't go down all the way. Then we go up, we go down, this one touches, if not lower. Oh shit, we might do a breakout. Yeah. So this is us hitting the channel top, or the top of the pennant. And then that tells us that the line is accurate because it interacted with it. So that tells us the line is there. Now we're over the line. It should still pull back because it's not far enough over the line. But if it can hold for the next 16 seconds for whatever reason, no, we would have went for a run. Okay. Well, we're trying again. We got 37 seconds to stay over the line. Man, we hate life. Come on. At least we're not going red. That's good. 23 seconds. There's large buy orders. They're not large volume, but people are trying to buy. Do it. We're going to go through this line. We're already above 35. You mean 35, 35? Well, if we get a tiny push here, we're going to break out and we'll go up to probably where my name is. Oh, we already are. Lo and behold. Because you're going to get about half the size of this, which is here. So if we apply that, right, that'll take us to my name, basically. So now we just went the full size, right? So if I take this, you'll see it's the full size of the middle, right? Look at that. Like magic. So even if I shift it over to the left, it's pretty much identical, right? So that's the full size. So then we should expect retraction. Once we exceed the full size, we're going up too fast. So we should expect a red that brings us back somewhere, right? Now, if this is met with extreme volume, which it's, if we look at the ticks, the volume is doubled, if not tripled. So then now this means we are trying for a push. So this is like a timed buy. And this is not going to play by the rules of retractions and stuff, because this is basically a game of chicken. Who's going to run out of money first kind of deal. But if red is playing, then it could be red trying to stop us. And that's why our volume's going up. But right now we're losing steam. So it looks like green just ran out of money. Yeah. Yeah, so short-lived game of chicken. But if the volume sustains very high, then it's basically whoever gives up first, and then it's going to run, pending they have money. Because often with AMC, right, it goes for a run, and then red gives up, green goes for like a 2-second run, and then green's out of money too. Both sides are broke. But red can always sell, right? It doesn't cost you money to sell, so you can always go down. You can't always go up if people are broke. Yeah. That's always something you got to keep in mind. It's elevator to hell. Yeah. So the volume is picking up again, but it's spotty. You can see on the bottom ticks. But yeah, if you even look at this volume, right, it's double or triple, quadruple even the volume from back here. So there's definitely intent. That's good. That was a 40,000 sell, but that's not big. So that's red, and green wasn't there to counter. So green should be able to crush this in about 4 to 5 seconds. Come on. That was an oversell. Volume has gone to nothing. There was a neutral buy sell. 50,000. Oh, it's a good push. So it took them a little longer to counter than I would have liked, but they managed to do it. They leveled out for about 20 seconds, and then they pushed afterwards. But that's probably because we're so close to the end of the day. So people are hesitant. But that sell-off was too much. That was probably someone getting out for the day, so closing their position. But that's definitely not showing intent. Yeah, that dropped us quite a bit with not that much volume. All right. We're in the last 9 minutes. That's a low volume red. It's quite a few reds, actually. That might sustain. So that's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 20,000 reds. So even though they're kind of low, there was a lot of them. Kind of weight us. There's a 40,000. 30,000, sorry. Another 20,000. Now green's starting to pick up. 20,000. 20. 20. And it's neutral, but we're batting some 20s here. Come on, green. Give it a push. You ate the red, so that's going to cause a volume spike. Come on. Don't let this go to waste. Okay, there's a 20. 20. 20. That was a red 20, though. Shit. Yeah, so that caught us off guard. See how we dropped down? That was just 120. So I called out like 5 20s and we didn't go anywhere. And then one of them just went riff because green's kind of spotty right now. At the end of the day, we don't have consistent buying power. But when red buggers off, we go up because we're dumping money. We're just not dumping that much money. Yeah. Oh, that's a 60,000 neutral. I don't know what that is. So 30,000 buy and 30,000 sell. Don't know what that's going to mean. Odd that two people would at the same time. Must be a robot. Both robots have the same thought. Or maybe it's a time. Oh, it could be 5 minutes. Yeah, could have been a time. It was right at a certain time. That's probably what it was. It would be odd that the robots would think the same. Now there's a big buy-in. That was 60,000 push right there. Gapped us up. Oh, shit, son. That should kick us off, too. 60,000 buy-in with a gap up should kick us off. Come on. Come on, green. Don't waste this. Yeah, I agree, Barry. I don't care when I lose. As we're all winners. Oh, green's just stalling. They're a millimeter from boosting over this guy. Come on. Took 60,000 shares to get this green. There we go. That's another 60,000 shares to kick us up. Someone's dropping some green bombs. So we got 120 shares in like less than a minute. 120,000 shares. That was 150,000 buy-in. Oh boy. This is going to start taking off. So that's 200 and something whatever in the last minute. Shit. Yeah. And that's buy-ins, right? So the 150 has to have some red in there because we didn't fly off the handle. We went up probably as much as 50,000 would move us about now. So that must have been a buy and a sell, a lot in there. So we could divide that in half. So the 60s were pretty good. Both of them gapped us up. That 150 gapped us up as well, but not much. Not as much as the 60. So there must be a lot more red in there. Okay, I got distracted. So we got 7, 8, 9, 10. We got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left on this horse race. So it's currently Zeus, and we're heading to Limp Roni. And if not, it's Freedom or May. The horse mayhem. Okay. So the volume is slowing down. We're still pretty high. But yeah, we're down to 10,000. We're taking a breather right now. Okay, last minute. If you're going to push, you push. Let's do it. Volume's ramping up. Nope. False alarm. Okay, a little bit more. They're ramping up. Oh, huge drop. A gap up on a 60,000. Got crushed by red. Well, my prediction of 36,000 was accurate. Sorry, 3600 was accurate. I betted down and I'm like, I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Yeah. Yeah, she basically hopped back on the trend line. So the same trend line just jumped right back. And I wonder if we'll gap up and we'll continue this trend line in the after hours. I doubt it, but that'd be amazing. But this is a good signal that we're done the down slope. That's a big green middle finger to the negativity. Okay, we just closed with an at the bell sell-off. Nope, neutral of 284 million. Sorry, 284,000. And that's neutral-ish, so 50-50 on that one. 100K buy-in, 100K sell-off. Not friggin' bad. Okay, so the winner would be Zeus. I'll double check the number. It will. Price is 36 on the dot, so that's Zeus. We'll check Yahoo. And Zeus takes the lead. AMC. 36 on the dot. So we finished the day up 7.69%. Or 2.57. And if you bought in at the lowest point of the day, you would have made yourself a fine 10%, or at peak 16% swing. Not friggin' bad. Yep. Good stuff. Well, good run. All right, so that concludes another day. Our volume was 190. Wow, yeah, about 190 million. Holy. Yeah, she picked up. When I went to Walmart at 12 o'clock, it was 100. Or, yeah, 100,000. Sorry, 100 million. Jesus, the volumes are in millions. Yeah. I'm getting all these numbers. So, yeah, we've doubled from 12 o'clock onwards, which is abnormal. More equal volume from 12 onwards than 12 before. Jeez. All right, well, hopefully tomorrow isn't going to give up most of our gains. I'm just going to quickly take a look for those that care, and I kind of care. I want to take a look at what we did. So we attempted a crash into oblivion. We staved it off because we went too low. Then we resurrected and we tried again. And that time we resurrected 100%. And then we basically rolled and resurrected 80, 60%. So we could go back to here and then go back to here. So we drop down to 33 something and head back to 31 and blow out. So that'd be the negative. The positive, let's take a look at the 3 month. So the positive is we hit the bottom. And that does look like a bottom. So then we would basically, in the same amount of time, come up and produce a tidy whitey. Yeah. So that took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 days. So we're looking at a 4-day recovery. Now, judging by how fast we do recoveries, we might be able to do it in less time. Yeah, a lot less time. So if I want to go this high on this angle, I'm just going to drag this up. Okay. And then put it here. So then we would get out of this hole by the 19th. So that's Monday. So Friday would have to be good and Monday would be great. If that's not the case, let's do a week. The week is 23. Zoom in. 23 is where? 19. 23 is here. So if we do a week, we're looking at this. Yeah. And it might be just this might be just a dead cat bounce, but at least I think we'll get some height. I think we hit the bottom here. Yeah. Yeah, this is a pennant breakup that didn't happen, undue negativity. And we hit here, and now we're back to here. Yeah, but it does put us in a shit position because we have to get back through these guys on the bottoms. So that lets us get up to around 40, and then we have to fight. Well, only can him and ha so much. We'll find out soon enough. Now we did get an increase in volume. You can see it here. So when it started to go down, right? So as we started to go down, the volume also went down. And as we're starting to level out, the volume is going up. Now, this is also kind of fake because of the stimulus money, right? But you can see people are more wanting to buy and less wanting to sell. Also, when we came up again here, a big buy-in, right? So we had a bleed out for too long, but ultimately, we're going to predicate by volume. So if this is the start, then yeah, we're looking good. Nice phallic shapes for everyone. Okay, so yeah, it's not amazing, but we staved off damnation at least. Hopefully Friday doesn't open up with a bad market. If the market is horrible, then it's going to be hard for us. But we got ourselves some height, so at least we can fall back to 32.40 if we have to. Yeah. No, I think we're going up overall. I think this is the dip. Like all of these angles basically say we're going up. This one here was unfortunate. The breakdown here. We should have had a breakout. Didn't happen. And then as a result, we got punished. We didn't get any height, so we got punished. But the overall trend is still all of our lines want to go to the moon. So we just have to get rid of the negativity, either by going down low enough, or the market has to get better, or whatever's weighing us down needs to go away, and we're going to take off. Because the green is there. It just needs the red to kind of loosen up. So I think we're okay. Yep. Yes, go watch the Van Helsing and let me know, Sam. There's always tomorrow when our Lambos are due. All right. See you all tomorrow. Do. Where's the close window? Ah, there it is.